What if love could resurrect the dead, but only if you dare defy the gods themselves? Picture this, a heart-wrenching melody floats through the air, seductive and haunting, echoing across the underworld where shadows whisper secrets of the damned. Orpheus, a man more myth than mortal, holds the keys to a forbidden symphony, a composition that could shatter the very foundations of life and death. His fingers dance on strings as ancient as time, summoning Eurydice, a spirit ensnared by fate, whose laughter still lingers like smoke in the air. But the stakes? Astronomical. One wrong note, one fleeting moment of weakness, and the consequences could rattle the heavens themselves. Can love withstand the unforgiving silence of the abyss? In a world where the sun grins only at the living, Orpheus straddles the boundary between passion and peril. His heart races, fueled by desperation and a wild, reckless hope. Every step he takes into the underworld pulses with danger, the air thick with the scent of decay and the whispers of the lost. The reaper's sides gleam with the promise of sacrifice, while ghostly figures flit like moths around a flame, drawn to the chaos of his longing, the raw energy that electrifies the void. Yet, Eurydice waits. Trapped in the clutches of a fate so cruel it borders on the absurd, she embodies the eternal paradox of love and loss. Is she a ghostly muse or a mirage? Does she haunt his dreams or ignite them? As Orpheus pushes forward, each note he plays becomes a desperate plea, a silent scream that reverberates through the dark corridors of despair. But the underworld is no place for love's naivete, deception lurks behind every corner, and the gods snicker at the audacity of his quest. As he navigates this hellscape, Orpheus encounters creatures grotesque and enchanting, each with a tale steeped in irony and dark humor. The Furies cackle with delight, their eyes glinting like sharpened daggers, while the shades share tales of betrayal as they crumble into dust. What's a boy to do when the very fabric of fate dances like marionettes in a cosmic puppet show? Time ticks, and with it, hope wanes. Each measure of his melody steals seconds from their shared future, their love reduced to a fragile flicker in the overwhelming void. Can he outsmart the indifferent gods? Can he carve a path through the chaos, igniting the flames of love in a world where even the sun hides in fear? In this harrowing tale, Orpheus and Eurydice defy the natural order, igniting a love that transcends the grave. But beware, in this game of life and death, the price of love could be your very soul. The music plays on, and with it, the spectre of fate looms larger than ever. Will you dare to listen? The night was alive, trembling with the weight of anticipation. I stood at the edge of the forest, shadows curling like fingers around my waist. The air was thick, electric, every heartbeat echoing in my ears. This was no ordinary night, it was a moment suspended in time, a threshold between worlds. I remember the whispers of the trees, the way they seemed to breathe, secrets rustling through their leaves. But it was not the trees that drew me here, it was the haunting melody that wrapped around my soul like a lover's embrace, beckoning me forward. It was Orpheus, the boy with the golden lyre, whose music could soothe the fiercest of storms and silence the cruelest of hearts. But even the sweetest notes can mask the darkest sorrows. There he stood, his fingers dancing across the strings, a wild look in his eyes. Orpheus was a contradiction, his beauty sharp enough to cut through the thickest fog, yet his heart was a fragile thing, always teetering on the edge of despair. I could see it in the way he played, the urgency of his notes, each one a plea, a cry for something lost. And behind him loomed Eurydice, her presence both a balm and a curse, a flickering candle in a tempest. She was the light that pierced Orpheus's gloom, a vision of grace caught in a world that would never let her go. But I could see the fear stitched into her smile, her gaze darting towards the shadows as if they were hungry predators. There was a fragility about her, a fleeting joy that hung in the air like the last notes of a song, fading too quickly to catch. I could feel it, her laughter danced on the edge of sorrow, the weight of inevitability pressing down upon her. "Don't," she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear, but the note in her voice was laced with something deeper, an unspoken dread. "Not tonight." But Orpheus, lost in his music, did not hear her. He was a man possessed, and the world around him faded into mere background noise, a haunting chorus to his passionate lament. I remember standing there, invisible yet consumed by the emotion swirling between them. It was electric, raw, and terrifying. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every creature frozen in rapt attention. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the vibrations of longing and despair mingling in the air. Then it happened, a tremor, a crack in the fabric of the night as shadows began to shift. A chill crept into my bones as I recognized the danger that lurked behind their fragile love. Death, the ever-watchful spectre, loomed just beyond the veil. I watched as Eurydice's laughter faltered, her eyes darting as if sensing the encroaching darkness. She stepped closer to Orpheus, her fingers brushing against his arm, grounding him, but I could see the fear radiating from her, bright and raw. Orpheus, I wanted to scream, to shake him from his trance, but I was merely an observer, tethered to this moment. The music grew more frantic, a desperate plea to the cosmos, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe quickening, feeling the tension coil tighter. "Keep playing," Eurydice urged, but her voice trembled, a delicate thread. Her eyes held a storm of emotions, a swirling chaos of love, fear, and a dawning realization. I could see it, a glimmer, a flash of something. Was it hope or despair? It slipped between them like a ghost, the spectre of fate, weaving its way through the melody. And then, it happened. The ground trembled, and I felt it, a crack, a rupture in the air, the chilling laughter of the fates echoing through the night. The shadows became tangible, stretching and twisting, reaching for Eurydice with bony fingers. Orpheus continued to play, his music spiraling into a heartbreaking crescendo, desperate, frantic, as if he could stave off the inevitable with each note. "Eurydice," he cried, but the earth swallowed his words, leaving only the haunting echo of his despair. I could feel the weight of his love, heavy as a stone, yet fragile as glass. It was a paradox, a beauty that tore at my heart. "Orpheus, stop," she cried, and in that moment, the world fell silent. The trees leaned in, straining to hear, the very cosmos holding its breath. I could see it, the moment stretched taut like a bowstring, ready to snap. She was slipping away, drawn into the darkness, and he was powerless to save her. Panic surged in my chest, but the scene played out before me like a cruel tapestry, woven with threads of sorrow and longing. Orpheus turned, his eyes wide, desperate, and I felt the weight of his pain crashing over me like a wave. "No. I won't lose you." But it was too late. The shadows enveloped her, stealing her laughter, her light, and I could feel the piercing silence that followed. The music faltered, notes hanging in the air like unspent bullets, the finality of loss curling around Orpheus's heart, a void, a chasm where joy once lived. I remember the moment crystallized in my mind, a snapshot of despair. Orpheus, the boy who could charm the stars, now stood alone, his music silenced, his heart shattered. Eurydice was gone, a ghost in the night, and the forest held its breath, a witness to this tragic ballet of love and loss. Time stretched, the night felt eternal as Orpheus sank to his knees, a broken figure against the backdrop of a darkening sky. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but the moment was sacred, a raw wound exposed to the cosmos. And in that silence, I felt the tremors of fate reverberating through my soul, a haunting reminder that love, no matter how powerful, could not escape the claws of darkness. The echoes of the past lingered in the air as I stood there, caught in the web of their sorrow. It was a moment that would not let go, a haunting refrain that twisted through my heart. I could not turn away, could not leave this tragedy unfinished. The night was far from over, and I could feel the weight of a new dawn approaching, yet trapped in the shadows, I remained. The journey was only beginning, and the echoes of love lost would resonate long after the final note had faded. The night was a tapestry of shadows, heavy with betrayal and longing, as Calliope stood beneath the vast expanse of stars, her heart thundering in her chest like a drum heralding war. The air crackled around her, electric with an unseen tension, coiling tighter, suffocating. She felt it, the weight of the cosmos pressing down, demanding answers, demanding action. The moon, a silent witness, rolled across the sky, casting its cold gaze upon her, whispering secrets only the lonely night could understand. She was a muse, a goddess of unwritten words, caught between the celestial and the chaos of her own heart. And in that moment, she was both suffocatingly alive and hauntingly lost. Apollo's voice echoed in her mind, a melody sweet yet laced with thorns. "You are my inspiration," he had said, but inspiration could not bear the weight of eternity alone. Love could not thrive in the cold light of a god, it needed warmth, the pulse of humanity, a heartbeat. I remember when the world was simpler, she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like smoke. I remember laughter echoing against the mountains, the way your songs wrapped around me like silk. But now, those memories were ghosts, ethereal and untouchable, fading with the dawn of a new reality. The wind picked up, a cruel reminder of her isolation, of the choices she had yet to confront. From the depths of the forest, a figure emerged, torn between shadows, a boy with a wild heart and eyes the color of the stormy sea. Orpheus, her son, the living embodiment of every dream she had dared to cradle. He was a child of two worlds, his laughter a haunting melody that could turn the darkest night into dawn. Yet within him lay an ache, a hunger that mirrored her own, a longing for acceptance from the father who roamed the skies, chasing sunsets and omens. "Mother," he cried, and the sound pierced through the silence like an arrow. "The trees sing of you, the rivers whisper your name, but do they sing for me?" His voice cracked with the weight of unspoken fears, a boy teetering on the precipice of despair. "Do they remember my father? Does Apollo know of my existence?" Her heart clenched. She wanted to shield him, to wrap him in the warmth of her love and the beauty of the music that flowed through his veins. But how could she, when Apollo himself danced among the stars, oblivious to the pain he had sown on earth? Orpheus, each syllable fell like stones, heavy with the burden of truth. "Your father is different. He lives in the light, and sometimes light cannot see the shadows. But I am a part of him." The anguish in his voice crescendoed, raw and unyielding. "I am the son of a god. Why does he not come? Why does he not see me?" The night seemed to hold its breath, as if the universe itself paused to listen. Calliope stepped closer, her hands trembling, reaching out to cradle his face. "You are more than a god's son, Orpheus," she murmured, desperation lacing her voice. "You are the music of the earth, the symphony that can soothe even the fiercest of storms. But the world is cruel, and it will not yield to want alone." He recoiled at her words, bitterness curling around them like a viper. What comfort is music when it cannot reach the stars? What solace is there in notes when my destiny is written in the heavens? In that moment, she saw the reflection of her own despair mirrored in his eyes, the deep-seated fear of being forgotten, of fading into nothingness. She understood then that her son was not just a child but a bearer of a legacy that could shake the very foundations of existence. He had the power to transcend the mundane, yet that same power left him adrift, torn between two worlds that barely acknowledged him. "Orpheus," she breathed, her voice low and urgent. "You must wield your gift with purpose. Music is not merely a means of expression, it is a weapon and a balm. It can open doors, it can shatter barriers. But it demands sacrifice, devotion." The weight of her words pressed heavily between them, a bond forged in shared conflict. "I will make him see me," he spat, fierce determination burning in his gaze, igniting a fire within her heart. "I will sing until the stars tremble and the skies weep. I will make the heavens bow before me." His fervor sent chills racing down her spine, both exhilarating and terrifying. She had seen Apollo's wrath unleashed, and she had felt the sting of his indifference. "But be cautious, my son," she warned softly, her voice a thread of caution in the storm of ambition. "The path you tread is fraught with peril. The gods do not take kindly to being challenged." "I am not afraid," he shouted into the night, his defiance echoing through the trees, daring the silence to respond. "I will forge my own fate, and if the gods refuse to see me, then I will make them listen." The moon hung low, cloaked in shadows, as if it too trembled at the weight of his resolve. Calliope felt the air thrum with possibilities, the tension crackling like a live wire, a promise of impending confrontation. In his eyes, she saw not just ambition but something darker, a thirst for recognition that could lead him into the depths of despair. The forest whispered secrets, ancient and unfathomable, as she released a breath she didn't know she was holding. "Then go," she urged, her voice trembling with urgency. "Sing your truth. But remember, the echoes of your song will reach far beyond what you can see." And as he turned away, the boy who would become a legend, she felt the sting of tears, each drop a prayer for the future, a future painted in shades of both light and shadow. where love and loss danced a delicate waltz, where the tale of Orpheus was only just beginning. In the heart of the night, beneath the watchful gaze of a distant, indifferent god, the stage was set for an unfolding tragedy, the world poised on the brink of dreams and despair. The silence whispered warnings, and yet all that remained was the pulse of fate, throbbing like a heartbeat, urging them onward into the unknown. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, making the very air feel heavy with dread. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced against the flickering light of the olive oil lamp. The village had been swept into a hush, but the cries of anguish echoed in the recesses of my mind, tragedy spinning like a spider's web, trapping me in its embrace. I remember my mother's face, the way hope flickered like a dying ember before it was snuffed out completely. "Vasily!" Her voice, a desperate whisper, cut through the dark like a blade. I looked to the doorway, where she stood, her silhouette fragile against the backdrop of despair. "You mustn't go," but the call of the lyre was too powerful, a siren song weaving through the chaos, promising solace in a world gone mad. My fingers trembled, alive with both fear and an insatiable curiosity. The night beckoned, and I was helpless against its pull. I stepped outside, the chill of the evening air biting at my skin, the ground sticky with the remnants of past battles, blood, sweat, and the tears of the fallen. In that moment, I wasn't just Vasily, I was the embodiment of every soul that had ever sought refuge in the embrace of music. I could feel it, the weight of their dreams and sorrows resting upon my shoulders. What would it mean to play? To create a sound that could drown out the cries of loss? My heart raced, a wild stallion galloping toward the unknown. Beside me, Eleni stood, her dark eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and defiance. Once, we had laughed together under the sun, the way children do, innocent, unburdened. But now, shadows clung to her, a darkness that spoke of her own demons. "You can't chase a dream that will only lead to suffering," she said, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. There was something raw in her plea, a truth buried deep in the rubble of her heart. I saw it within her, a yearning for freedom, for a sound that could fill the void left by despair. I remember the night we danced, Eleni. The music swirled around us like a tempest, and for a moment, we were invincible, I replied, my voice breaking. What if I could weave that magic again? The thought surged through me, igniting a fire in my chest. Music healed. It brought us together and tore us apart. It was both the light and the shadow. The lyre, a simple instrument, had the power to summon both joy and sorrow. I could feel it calling, beckoning me to reveal its secrets. Barefoot on the cobblestone streets, I followed the sound, each note reverberating through the fabric of my being. The village lay sprawled before me, a canvas of memories painted in shades of heartache and hope. In the distance, I saw him, Nico, the village bard. His fingers danced over the strings of his lyre, weaving a tapestry of sound that echoed through the night. He was a ghost of the man he once was, haunted by the weight of every note he played. I felt the pulse of his music resonate within me, a shared heartbeat that spoke of dreams and disillusionment. Vasily, he called out, his voice ringing clear, even among the turmoil. You've come to hear the truth, haven't you? I nodded, breathless. Teach me, Nico. Show me how to conjure the light from these shadows. He smirked, a flicker of mischief in his tired eyes. You believe music can mend the broken? You think it holds the power to transform? Isn't that what we've always believed? I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. What if I could turn our pain into something beautiful? Eleni stepped back, a tremor of fear coursing through her. What if you only summon more darkness? What if the music turns on you? Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, thick and suffocating. I could see the shadows creeping closer, hungry and insatiable. They whispered doubts into my ears, taunting me with the idea that my pursuit of harmony could lead only to ruin. Nico played on, lost in his own world, where notes spiraled into the cosmos, and the lyre sang of ancient tales of love and loss. I could feel the music thrumming beneath my skin, igniting the core of my being. Join me! I shouted, reaching for Eleni's hand. Let's face it together. We can't let fear steal our hope. For a heartbeat, I saw a flicker in her eyes, a glimmer of the girl who once danced under the stars, unchained and wild. But shadows darted across her face, dark reminders of all we had lost. What if we fail? She breathed, the question hanging like a noose. Then we fail together, I replied, my heart a steady drum against the chaos. But what if we rise? What if we transform our pain into something indelible? As Nico's fingers carved the air with melody, the night seemed to hold its breath. I could taste the salt of tears on my lips, the bitter sting of regret lingered in the corners of my heart. The confrontation was not merely with each other but with the ghosts that haunted our past, the memories of laughter, the shadows of grief. Play with me, I urged, my voice rising above the haunting notes. Let's join our hearts and let the music guide us. Eleni hesitated, her eyes searching mine, searching for that lost light. And in that fleeting moment, I realized, this was the threshold. The moment when sound could either rise to the heavens or plunge us into the abyss. I remember the first breath of that night, the way it felt like the universe was holding its breath, waiting for us to leap into the unknown. Would we summon joy, or would the darkness consume us whole? The lyre's call was intoxicating, drawing us into its orbit, a melody of hope wrapped in despair, a promise that echoed through the ages. As the music swelled, enveloping us like a lover's embrace, I understood that the power of the lyre was not just in its strings but in the raw, unfiltered emotions that flowed through it. It was a bridge between sorrow and joy, a testament to our existence in this chaotic world. And in that moment, as the notes soared into the starlit sky, I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath. The music was alive, and so were we. There was no turning back. Time stretched and curled around us, wrapping us in the warmth of a shared purpose, the promise of transformation hanging in the air like a fragile thread. Together, we would weave a new melody, one that could carry our broken pieces and transform them into something ineffable, a testament to the power of music in the shadows of ancient Greece. The moon hung low, a ghostly spectre wreathed in mist, illuminating the forest with an eerie glow. Shadows danced like phantoms, and the air was thick with an unmistakable tension. I stood there, breathless, as the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves, the night echoing the heartbeat of a world teetering on the edge. A figure emerged from the darkness, Orpheus, his fingers stained with the dust of longing, his eyes ablaze with unspent sorrow. He clutched his lyre, a desperate lifeline to the ones he had lost, the melody of his heart strumming against the fabric of the night. Eurydice, he called, voice cracking like dry branches underfoot. Can you hear me? Each word was a prayer, a plea that cut through the silence like a knife, reverberating in the depths of the woods. It was a sound that seemed to stir the very essence of the forest, drawing forth the sighs of ancient spirits who watched from the shadows, their hungry eyes glinting with a mix of envy and despair. I remember nights spent wandering these woods, long before the heartache and the haunting. The laughter of friends echoed with the same vibrancy as Orpheus's haunting notes, each tree a witness to our joys and sorrows. But tonight, the forest felt different, a living entity wrapped in its own grief, pulsating with the weight of unfulfilled love. It knew what Orpheus sought, and it hungered for the truth hidden beneath the canopy. Beside him stood Calliope, his sister, torn between duty and heartbreak. Her heart was a tempest, swirling with conflicting emotions as she watched her brother spiral deeper into the abyss of despair. You can't bring her back, Orpheus. You know that. The underworld is vast, and darkness is its own master. You cannot fight against it. Her voice trembled, a whisper of reason against the cacophony of longing that enveloped him. But Orpheus only shook his head, determination etched into every line of his face. I must try. I will sing until the stones weep and the rivers run dry. I will not allow her memory to fade into the shadows. In his fervor, he appeared almost ethereal, a martyr of love standing against the universe, and yet I could see the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt in his gaze. The tension thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the chill of despair seep into my bones, the weight of knowledge too heavy to bear. I remembered Eurydice, her laughter, bright and infectious, echoing through the very trees that now bore witness to her absence. She had danced through life with a grace that seemed to defy the rules of nature itself, and now she was lost to the void, a flickering flame extinguished too soon. The forest held its breath, a universe of possibility and hopelessness suspended in time. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the heartbeat of the cosmos reverberating through the soil. Each second stretched into eternity, a relentless rhythm that echoed the conflict within me. I could see Calliope's eyes glistening, filled with unshed tears as she faced the harsh truth of her brother's resolve. Orpheus, you will lose yourself in this chase. The dead do not return. They are shadows, memories that haunt us. He turned to her, his eyes fierce and wild, a storm brewing beneath their surface. But what is life without love? He exclaimed, voice rising, trembling with the intensity of his belief. What is existence if we do not dare to grasp it? I cannot simply forget her. In that moment, I felt the weight of his words, crashing like waves against the shore of my own heart. There was a power in his vulnerability, a raw intensity that crackled in the air like static before a storm. I could almost hear the echoes of his sorrow reverberate through the trees, an agony so deep it could tear the very fabric of the universe apart. And yet, the forest responded in kind. The branches creaked ominously, a low rumble resonating through the ground, as if the earth itself were shifting in anticipation. I could feel its pulse quicken, the very essence of nature bracing itself for the confrontation that loomed. In the distance, shadows flickered, ghostly forms weaving through the darkness. They were reminders of the past, echoes of choices made, paths taken and forsaken. I could almost see Eurydice's figure among them, her smile bright as the sun, a beacon of what once was and could never be again. The forest held its breath, offering no comfort, only the bitter taste of inevitability. Calliope stepped forward, her voice rising in defiance, a plea wreathed in fear. Orpheus, listen to me. If you go down this path, you may lose more than you bargained for. You may lose yourself. But he was already lost, his heart entwined with the ancient magic of the forest. The trees leaned closer, their branches reaching out as if to embrace him, to pull him deeper into their tangled embrace. I remember her laughter, he whispered, the words spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. I remember her dancing beneath the stars. I cannot let that slip away. And in that moment, the forest swelled with life, crickets chirping, owls hooting, the wind whistling through the leaves. It was a symphony of nature, a chaotic dance of emotions that beckoned Orpheus forward, deeper into the shadows. The enchantment of the forest was alive, a living testament to the beauty and brutality of love, of loss, of hope against hope. As Orpheus stepped further into the embrace of the ancient trees, I could feel the pull of destiny lurking beneath the surface, a force both terrifying and exhilarating. The air crackled with electricity, the promise of something monumental hanging just out of reach. I stood on the precipice, heart racing, pulse quickening, unable to look away as he ventured into the unknown. The night sang a haunting melody that resonated in my bones, and with every heartbeat, I felt time unravel. And perhaps, just perhaps, the forest held a secret deeper than sorrow, an enchantment that could bind love beyond the grave, a flicker of hope in the darkness. The shadows danced as I, too, was pulled into the depths of the night, where Orpheus's fate would intertwine with the very essence of nature itself. The tension tightened, a taut string ready to snap, and I could feel the confrontation looming closer, the inevitable clash of love and loss, life and death. I held my breath, heart pounding, waiting for the moment when everything would change. The night stretched like a taut string, vibrating with an unsung melody that echoed through the shadows and cracked the silent air of the ancient forest. Orpheus stood where the moonlight dared to reach, his breath a whisper against the symphony of nocturnal sounds. He clutched his lyre, fingers trembling, a connection to something divine coursing through him. But beneath the surface, dread coiled tightly in his chest, a serpent ready to strike. He had never feared darkness, until now. Around him lay the remnants of a world both beautiful and cruel. The trees, ancient sentinels with gnarled branches, whispered secrets he could not grasp. He felt their eyes upon him, judging, waiting. It was not just the forest that bore witness, there were those he had left behind, the haunting specters of lost souls entwined within the shadows. He could hear their distant cries, echoing through the vast expanse of his mind. What if the songs he crafted were not for the living, but for the dead? Orpheus! A voice sliced through the stillness like glass shattering. Eurydice emerged from the murk, her form luminous, the breath of the night clinging to her like dew. "What are you waiting for? Your songs can't set them free if you don't play." Her presence ignited a spark, yet it was a flame that terrified him. He remembered how she danced, how her laughter spilled forth like water, washing over the grief he wore like a cloak. But now, the laughter was gone, replaced with a silence deep enough to swallow them whole. "I remember," he murmured, as if the act of remembering would tether her to him. "I remember the way your voice soared, entwined with the wind." Her eyes glistened with something unnameable, a blend of hope and despair. "But now it's your turn to soar, Orpheus. The world is waiting for your first song." "But which song? The one that mourned the absence of love? Or the one that celebrated the fleeting beauty of life?" Each option felt like a knife poised to cut deeper into the wound. He felt like a marionette caught in the tangle of strings, each one a memory of joy and sorrow. It was a conflict that echoed through his being, a split between creation and destruction, life and death. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, letting the darkness embrace him, searching for the chord that would ignite his soul. His fingers brushed the strings, and the forest held its breath. A single note quivered in the air, a trembling whisper that spoke of longing, a love that burned like 1,000 suns and yet chilled him to the bone. "Do you hear it?" Eurydice asked, her voice barely above a whisper, like the flutter of wings. "I hear everything," he admitted, the weight of the unsung notes constricting his throat. "But what if they are too heavy? What if they shatter everything?" "Then let them shatter," she cried, the desperation clawing at the edges of her voice. "Orpheus, you carry the weight of the world, but you must let it flow. Your first song could change everything." He opened his eyes, the moon casting a silver hue over her face, illuminating the fear etched into her features. Here was a woman who had danced with death, whose laughter had once echoed like a bell through the hollow spaces of his heart. But now, in her gaze, he saw the abyss, the darkness that swallowed dreams whole. The universe spun around him, the cosmos colliding in a confounding cacophony of stars and shadows, each one whispering promises of glory and devastation. In that moment, Orpheus felt the threads of fate pulling taut. He was teetering on the brink, poised between the echoes of loss and the possibility of creation. And there, in the fragile air, he let the first song unfurl. It came alive, a haunting melody that swept through the forest, a wave of sound that washed over the trees and sent shivers racing down the spine of the earth. Notes dripped like honey, thick and sweet, mingling with the bitter taste of regret. Each chord ignited memories, Eurydice's laughter, the warmth of her hand in his, the way she spun like a dervish in the sunlight. But it also echoed the silence that followed her departure, a silence so profound it consumed him. The forest roared with life as his song swelled, a storm of sound that rattled the leaves and shook the very roots of the trees. Orpheus poured himself into each note, each longing, each regret. And then, just as suddenly, the melody stuttered and sputtered, faltering under the weight of its own beauty. "Keep going," Eurydice urged, desperation lacing her voice like barbed wire. "Don't stop." But how could he not stop? With each note, he felt the ghosts of those lost, his mother, his friends, the countless souls he had yet to save, pressing against his chest, demanding their story be told. The weight of their sorrow bore down upon him. He could almost see their faces in the shimmering air, their eyes hollow, begging for release. The song twisted into something darker, a lament that wrapped around him like a shroud. It tasted of ash and echoes, of dreams crushed beneath the relentless march of time. He could hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. As the chords spiraled into chaos, Eurydice took a step closer, her presence grounding him, her love a tether to the world he feared to lose. "You can do this. Your voice can break through the veil. Create a path for them. For us." But doubt gripped him, fear clawed at the edges of his spirit, and he hesitated. What if, the words hung heavy between them, a bridge over an abyss? "What if my song isn't enough?" "Then you sing harder. You play louder." But before she could finish, the notes erupted from him like a tempest, a whirlwind of sound that shattered the stillness of the night. Each strum felt like a release, a floodgate opened that poured forth all the rage, all the sorrow, and all the love he had ever known. The darkness shrank in its wake, but it could never vanish entirely. It would always linger, waiting in the silences between songs to remind him of what he had lost. And as he played, he realized, this was not just his first song, it was the first tear in the fabric of their story, a glimpse into the world beyond, a world where music could bridge the chasm of death and time. But the question loomed larger than the cosmos itself: would it be enough to bring her back? Would it reach the ears of the lost? Would their voices finally find peace? The answers danced just beyond his fingertips, elusive yet tantalizing, pulling him deeper into the web of creation and despair. And so, he played on, caught between the echoes of the night and the haunting specters of his memories, crafting a melody that was both a farewell and a promise that the first song would unfurl into many, that the world, with all its beauty and darkness, awaited him. The air is thick with the weight of silence, a heavy shroud that blankets the world beneath. Shadows skate across the ground, flickering and dancing as if taunting the very notion of life. In this moment, Orpheus stands on the threshold of the underworld, a gaping maw of darkness before him, where hope and despair twist together like entwined vines. He feels the bitter chill creeping up his spine, a ghostly reminder that this is not merely a place of myth but a realm where souls linger like smoke, their whispers clawing at his heart. "I remember the sound of her laughter," he whispers, voice trembling as if the very memory might shatter in the air around him. It echoes in the stillness, reverberating like the strings of his lyre, the instrument a lifeline to the divine, yet now, it feels like a lead weight in his hands. It was the music of the stars, the song of every heartbeat. But that melody has been silenced by the cruel hand of fate, snatched away by a serpent's bite, sharp and merciless. The image of Eurydice, radiant as the sun, haunts him, a vision he clings to like a drowning man grasps for air. "I will find you. I will bring you back," he murmurs, determination lacing his words with a fierce fire. The path unfurls before him, a serpentine trail lined with shadows and phantoms, lost souls, each one a reminder of what he risks. The silence grows thicker, wrapping around him like a noose, and he can feel the weight of their unseen eyes, curious, mocking, sorrowful. They know the futility of his quest. They know the price of hope. Eurydice, somewhere in the depths, feels the echo of his heart. She remembers the warmth of his hands, the way they wove magic into the mundane. "I remember," she breathes, her voice a whisper against the cold stone walls, "the way we danced beneath the moonlight, as if the world would never end." Each memory is a shard of glass, cutting into her consciousness, reminding her of existence, a life now shrouded in the darkness of the underworld. Her heart beats slowly, each pulse a reminder of the life she lost. The shadows whisper, tendrils of despair curling around her, but within that darkness, embers of something fierce flicker to life. "I will not be forgotten." It is a vow, shaky but resolute, her spirit flickering like a candle against the tempest of despair. She feels the echo of Orpheus's song somewhere deep inside, a haunting melody that dances through the void, urging her to hold on. Orpheus presses onward, navigating the labyrinthine corridors filled with echoes of sorrow. Each step is a battle against the weight of despair, the shadows trying to pull him back, to let him drown in the darkness. But the vision of Eurydice beckons him, a siren song urging him forward. "I remember our dreams," he whispers, "the future we painted on the canvas of the night." Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath him, a growl from the depths of the abyss, and he knows the guardian of this realm has sensed his presence. He does not hesitate, he raises his lyre, fingers trembling but resolute, and strums a chord that sends shivers down the spines of the damned. The music bursts forth like a storm, raw and untamed, a symphony of love and loss that shatters the silence. The shadows recoil, but the guardian, Hades himself, stands at the precipice, eyes like black holes drawing in light and hope. "You dare to disturb the dead?" His voice is a rumble, an earthquake threatening to swallow Orpheus whole. "I dare because love knows no bounds," Orpheus responds, the words pouring from him like molten fire. "I dare because I would rather face the darkness than accept a life without her." Hades watches, an inscrutable expression crossing his face, and for a moment, the world holds its breath. Eurydice, feeling the vibrations of her lover's music resonating through the walls of her prison, clings to the memory of their last embrace. Orpheus, she whispers, heart aching with longing. The connection stretches taut between them, a lifeline woven of love and despair. Eurydice! I'm coming for you! His voice breaks, trembling with emotion, carrying through the void like a beacon. Hades raises an eyebrow, intrigued. You think your music can sway the hearts of the dead? I think love can shift the very fabric of existence, Orpheus replies, each word a hammer striking the anvil of fate. I will play until the stones weep, until the very stars bow in reverence. With a flick of his wrist, he plunges back into the song, notes pouring from his soul like an open wound. Each chord strikes like a lightning bolt, cutting through the miasma of despair. The damned in their shadows stir, captivated by the power of his grief, his love spilling forth like an offering. Eurydice feels the pull, the power of his music coaxing her from the depths, and she fights against the chains of her own fear. Orpheus? I can hear you, she cries, the words a desperate prayer. Just hold on, he cries back, the world fading around him as the music swells, wrapping them both in its embrace, a cocoon of sound that transcends the boundaries of life and death. Time becomes an illusion, seconds stretch into infinity, the cosmos holding its breath as their souls reach for one another. In that moment, the universe swells with possibility, a fragile thread connecting two hearts torn by fate. The shadows around Orpheus writhe, uncertainty clawing at them, as Hades watches with a mix of amusement and concern. What makes you think you can keep her? I don't just want her back, Orpheus seethes, I need her. Her spirit is woven into my very being, and without her, I am nothing but a shell, a ghost haunting the earth. The music crescendos, and Eurydice, feeling the pull of his love, takes a tentative step forward. I remember, she whispers, the words a fragile thread piercing the darkness. I remember your voice, your laughter, our dreams, hope and dread collide within the shadows, a collision of light and dark, as Orpheus plays on, pouring every ounce of his soul into the melody. The world around them trembles, the walls of the underworld vibrating with the power of his song, a testament to love's unbreakable force. In that moment, everything hangs in the balance, a fragile thread spun from memory and longing, drawing them closer while the abyss yawns wide, waiting to consume them both. And the music plays on, a haunting lullaby for the damned, a promise that love, however fleeting, can still echo between the worlds. The clock tolled midnight as the storm raged outside, each crack of thunder echoing like a warning in the dark. I stood at the window, heart pounding, not from fear of the tempest, but from knowing he was out there, somewhere in that chaos. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, a suffocating blanket woven from secrets and unspoken words. Are you afraid? A voice shattered the silence like glass breaking. It was Claudia, her face pale against the backdrop of swirling shadows. Her eyes bore a mixture of hope and despair, and I could see the flicker of 1,000 thoughts racing beneath her skin, just as I felt them in mine. No, I whispered, though my heart screamed otherwise. I remember when we first met. The memory flooded back, vivid and alive, as real as the storm outside. We were students in a forgotten corner of the city, the old library our sanctuary, where the scent of aged paper hung in the air like a ghost. I'd been sitting at a table, poring over texts that spoke of love, love that transcended time, that danced through the ages like light through stained glass. That's when she entered, a whirlwind of energy in a faded blue dress, sunlight streaming in through the cracked windows illuminating her wild curls. Is that what you really believe? She had asked, her voice teasing yet firm, as she leaned over my notes. That love conquers all. I remember how my heart raced, how the air crackled between us. I stammered something about poets and painters, about love immortalized in ink and paint. I remember how she laughed, a sound so pure that it shattered the thick air around us. But now, as the thunder rolled and the wind howled, those memories felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Do you think he'll come back? Claudia's voice broke my reverie, pulling me back into the moment, the present thick with uncertainty. The question hung in the air like a heavy fog, clinging to our skin. I wanted to tell her that love had its own way of finding its way through the darkness, but the storm outside mirrored the turmoil in my heart. I remember the night he left, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. The sky was bruised, clouds swirling like a restless sea. He had promised me so many things. But promises can be as fragile as dreams, can disappear in an instant. I could still see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he hesitated, a ghost of hesitation that haunted us both. As he walked away, a part of me shattered, crystallized into a million pieces that echoed in the void between us. "Promise me you'll be safe," I had whispered, grasping his hand with desperation, the warmth of his skin tethering me to reality. "Always," he replied, but his eyes told a different story, one laced with fear and uncertainty, the kind that burrowed under your skin and settled like a parasite. Now, in the stillness of the storm, I could feel the weight of that promise pressing down on me. "I remember the first time he kissed me," I said, my voice trembling with the memory. "It was under the old oak tree, the branches twisting like fingers reaching towards the heavens. The air was thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth, and everything felt electric. I could still feel the warmth of his lips against mine, the world fading away until there was only the sound of our hearts beating in sync, a rhythm that felt like it could outlast time itself. But even that memory, so sweet and intoxicating, was tainted now, a reminder of what we had lost. Do you think love is worth it?" Claudia's question hung heavy in the air, a thread of vulnerability that tugged at my heart. "Love is a double-edged sword," I replied, the truth slicing through the haze of nostalgia. "It can uplift you, but it can also bring you to your knees." Just then, a loud crash echoed through the night, the sound of something breaking, something precious lost. My heart stopped, a jolt of fear coursing through me. "He's out there," I breathed, urgency igniting my veins. "We have to find him." Claudia's eyes widened, uncertainty flickering across her face. "But what if we can't? What if we can?" I countered, the thrill of adrenaline mingling with the fear that clutched my throat. We were caught in a storm, both outside and within. The wind howled as we stepped out into the tempest, rain lashing against our skin like the relentless beating of our hearts. The streets were slick with water, the shadows stretching and twisting like phantoms in the night. "Do you think he's scared?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the storm. "Terrified," I said, holding onto the truth like a lifeline. "But he'll fight for us. He has to." We moved through the darkness, each step echoing with the rhythm of hope and despair, the pulse of our shared fears. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, a reminder that the storm was far from over. In the depths of that chaos, I could almost feel him. His presence was a phantom, a whisper on the wind. And as we searched, the memories surged back, fierce and overwhelming, like a wild river bursting its banks. "The night we danced," I murmured, the thought slipping out as if it had been waiting for the right moment. The moon was full, and everything felt alive. It was just us, lost in the music, lost in each other. Claudia smiled, a flicker of warmth amidst the storm. "I remember," she said, her voice softening. "You looked so happy." "Happy," I echoed, tasting the word, recognizing the bittersweet ache that accompanied it. We were all searching for that joy again, for the echoes of laughter that had been drowned in the shadows of uncertainty. But as we pressed on, the tension thickened, our hearts drumming a frantic rhythm against the night. Every shadow felt alive, every gust of wind a reminder of the risks we took when we dared to love. And still, we moved forward, through the chaos, through the storm, chasing the silhouette of a love that felt as elusive as the stars hidden behind the clouds. As the thunder cracked and the heavens wept, I knew this dance was far from over. It was only just beginning. The air crackled with tension as the last remnants of daylight slipped below the horizon, the fading sun bleeding crimson into the sky, a harbinger of the chaos that simmered beneath the surface. The festival of Dionysus was upon them, an annual tempest of love, music, and the uncontainable human spirit. I stood at the edge of the crowd, heart thrumming in time with the distant thrum of drums, feeling the pulse of the city, a living entity of sweat and desire. Around me, laughter rang out like bells, but it was tinged with an undercurrent of desperation. Faces lit by torchlight flickered between ecstasy and despair, each smile a fragile mask, each shout a plea for connection, for release. I felt it clawing at my insides, a wretched yearning that echoed the unfulfilled promises of my own heart. The drums called to me, but they were drowned by the memories of what had been lost. I was here, yet I was somewhere else entirely. Marina stood in the throng, her auburn hair like a wild flame, her eyes searching for someone, something. She spun in the dance, the skirts of her dress swirling like leaves caught in a storm. I wanted to reach out, to pull her into my world, but I was tethered by the weight of my own mistakes, the shadows trailing behind me like ghosts. She was alive in a way I could barely understand, exuding joy that felt utterly foreign to my somber soul. And then there was Theo, his laughter a raucous explosion, barely masking the fragility beneath. He held court among the revelers, spinning tales with the flourish of a bard, yet I saw the cracks in his bravado. A half-smile tugged at his lips, but the lines around his eyes betrayed a loneliness that no amount of wine could wash away. He was the life of the party, yet here I was, suffocating in the silence of my own heart. Love, music, chaos, they were all here, yet somehow I was the only one disconnected, standing apart while the world spun toward ecstasy. The drums grew louder, an insistent heartbeat rising to a fever pitch. "This is what you're missing," they seemed to whisper. The scent of roasted meats and spilled wine mingled with the earthy aroma of the night, intoxicating yet familiar. I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm seep into my bones. In this moment, I remembered love, how it consumed, how it burned, how it could leave one hollow. "Come!" Marina's voice sliced through the haze, a siren's call pulling me from my reverie. Her smile was radiant, yet I could see the flicker of something darker in her eyes, a shadow that danced just beyond the reach of the firelight. "You have to dance with us. Feel the music." She beckoned, a hand outstretched, reaching for the lost pieces of my soul. And I wanted to. Oh, how I wanted to. But the truth clung to me like a shroud, memories replaying like a broken record, a promise made, a heart shattered. I remember the last festival, how I had watched from the sidelines as love bloomed and wilted, how I had promised myself I would never again be a bystander. Yet here I was, still paralyzed by fear, still trapped in the echoes of my own mistakes. The crowd surged, a wave of bodies swaying, a cacophony of voices rising into the midnight sky. I felt the pulse of the festival, the joy, the longing, the despair, all coalescing into a singular moment of breathtaking intensity. Music swelled, drowning out the chaos of my mind, and suddenly I was swept up in the tide, my feet moving of their own accord, drawn toward Marina, who twirled into my space, an ethereal sprite of light and warmth. "Dance with me," she demanded, her laughter spilling like wine, intoxicating and reckless. Her spirit was a balm to my aching heart, and for a fleeting moment, I felt myself dissolve into the rhythm. The world around us blurred, faces became nothing but shadows, laughter a distant echo, as we spun together, lost in the ecstasy of the music and the moment. But beneath the surface, the darkness lurked, festering unseen. As the dance intensified, I caught a glimpse of Theo's face, a mask of joy that cracked under the weight of his own sorrow. His laughter turned brittle, a hollow sound that reverberated against the revelry. I felt an urge to reach for him, to pull him into our moment, but the chasm of loneliness echoed between us, too wide, too deep. The festival, the love, the music, the chaos, felt like a fragile glass, beautiful yet threatening to shatter at any moment. And then I saw it, a flicker in the night, a spark of anger igniting like dry tinder. Words were exchanged, voices raised, and suddenly the festival transformed from celebration to conflict, a storm brewing as shadows intermingled with light. A drunken reveler stumbled, glass smashed, and the laughter dulled into an uneasy silence, a collective breath held tight in fear. I felt my heart race, caught between the sweetness of love and the bitterness of despair. "Stay close!" Marina shouted, her voice cutting through the tension, her grip on my hand tightening. I could see the worry etched on her face, the flicker of vulnerability that betrayed her wild facade. I wanted to reassure her, to be the anchor she needed, but my own insecurities threatened to drag me under. Theo's laughter faltered, replaced by something deeper, a desperation, a plea for understanding. "This is supposed to be a celebration," he shouted into the chaos, his voice raw and trembling. "Why can't we just—" But the words fell flat against the rising tide of anger. I felt myself teetering at the edge of the abyss, knowing that the real chaos was not in the drunken brawl but within our hearts, within me. The pulse of the festival echoed like a clock ticking down, each beat a reminder of our unspoken fears, the love we craved but couldn't quite grasp. And as the darkness swirled around us, I realized the festival was more than just a celebration of love and music. It was a crucible, pulling our deepest conflicts into the light. I could see it all now, the fragile threads connecting us, love and heartbreak woven into the fabric of the night. As the music swelled again, a haunting melody rising above the chaos, I knew we stood on the precipice of something profound, something that could either bind us together or tear us apart. Marina's eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I saw the truth of our hearts laid bare, the joy, the sorrow, the beautiful mess of being alive. The festival raged on, an unrelenting tide, and I could feel the pull of the cosmos wrapping around us, binding us to something greater. The night was dark, but the stars were bright, and as I stepped closer to her, I felt the weight of the moment pressing down, heavy with anticipation, echoing with the promise of what could be. And I danced. The clock struck 12, but the air felt thick with the weight of an impending storm. I stood in the heart of the crumbling city, shadows stretching over cobblestones slick with rain and regret. Each drop whispered secrets that sent shivers down my spine, as though the very ground beneath me was alive, breathing in the darkness, exhaling dread. I remember the moment vividly, the way the wind howled, not unlike a banshee's wail, warning of what was to come. Meris stood beside me, eyes wide, reflecting a tempest of emotion swirling within. "This isn't just a storm," she croaked, her voice barely a thread through the maelstrom. "It's a reckoning." I felt the tremor in her words, a reflection of her soul splintering. She was a storm herself, wild, untamed, and bruised by the weight of prophecies that clung to her like shadows. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the air was charged with something darker, something that pulled us apart, deeper into the abyss. The prophecy had come to life that night, and with it, the ghosts of our pasts began to dance, waltzing around us like fallen leaves caught in a whirlwind. I could hear the echoes of my own mistakes circling like vultures, decisions made in haste, words left unsaid, loves carelessly lost. Each heartbeat throbbed against my ribcage, a constant reminder of the life I had led, and how every choice had led me here, to this moment of reckoning. And then there was Thorn. My heart twisted at the thought of him. He was the one who had seen it all, the pain, the laughter, the joy that felt so distant now. His laughter had once filled the empty spaces in my life, like sunlight pouring through cracked windows. But now? Now, the shadows loomed, and Thorn was an echo, a haunting reminder of the choices I had made. He stood at the edge of the square, a figure carved from darkness, his face obscured by the veil of night. I could see him clenching his fists, struggling with the weight of his own prophecy. He had always tried to be the hero, but heroes are often led to their doom. "You shouldn't have come here," he hissed, and I felt the sting of his words, sharp and unyielding. "You brought this upon us." "Brought what?" I shot back, anger flaring in my chest. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't choose your fate." It was a lie, a bittersweet deception wrapped in the truth. I had been a coward, clinging to the hope of a different outcome, one where our choices didn't tether us to fate like marionettes on a fraying string. Meris stepped between us, her presence like a fragile bridge over a chasm of despair. "We have to face it together," she pleaded, her voice breaking, revealing the cracks in her armor. I wanted to scream, to shake them both until the fog of denial lifted, exposing the raw, bleeding truth we all so desperately avoided. But there was something in her eyes, a flicker of resolve, a glimmer of determination that ignited a fire in my own heart. The storm raged on, its fury a mirror to our own turmoil. Thunder cracked overhead, and the shadows danced wildly, teasing the edges of our sanity. It was an omen, a warning that the universe held its breath, waiting for our next move. And in that moment, I realized, we were the architects of our own doom, the harbingers of our destiny. I remember the chilling prophecy whispered to me in a dream, its words etched in my mind like a brand. "When the shadows gather, the light fades. In the heart of darkness, only truth remains." The truth. It felt like a knife, cutting through the lies we told ourselves, and I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue. "Thorn," I started, my voice barely a whisper, heavy with regret. But the words evaporated, swallowed by the chaos of the storm. Instead, I took a step toward him, a fragile attempt to bridge the rift that had grown between us like a chasm carved by time. I never meant to hurt you. I thought what? He spat, the pain in his voice cutting me deeper than the raging winds. That you could outrun fate? That we could dance around the edges of our choices and not pay the price? His words hung in the air, a dark echo of the truth we couldn't escape. The ground beneath us trembled, as if the city itself was groaning under the weight of our failures. I felt every heartbeat pulse through the cobblestones, a rhythm that synced with the tempo of our anguish. Meris, caught in the between, grasped my arm, her fingers trembling. We can't let the shadows win, she breathed, her voice a fragile thread in the storm. And in that moment, I knew I had to face the truth, the raw honesty of our pasts, the tangled web of choices, regrets, and heartaches that tied us together. A flash of lightning illuminated the night, revealing the faces of the lost, the ghosts of our past that lingered just out of reach. They were not just remnants of who we used to be, they were catalysts for the choices yet to come. I could feel their presence, haunting yet strangely comforting, as if they were urging us to confront our own darkness. With a surge of emotion, I turned to face Thorn. Together, I urged, my voice breaking through the tempest, we can rewrite our fates. We can cast off these shadows. But as I spoke, a chilling realization washed over me. The storm wasn't merely an omen, it was a reckoning, and the truth was a double-edged sword. We would have to face not only the darkness within but the consequences of our choices. The shadows loomed closer, and the air crackled with the foreboding of what lay ahead. As the storm reached its crescendo, I felt the weight of fate pressing down on us, a crushing force that promised destruction and rebirth in equal measure. The clock had struck, and there was no turning back. I was no longer just a spectator in this tale of shadows and fate, I was part of the tapestry, woven into the very fabric of our destinies. And as the first thunderous roar echoed through the night, I understood, this was only the beginning. The confrontation awaited, lingering like a spectre in the dark, the echoes of our pasts and the shadows of our futures entwined in a deadly dance. The storm had arrived, and we were its unwitting dancers. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb casting long shadows that twisted like restless spirits across the ground. I remember the smell of earth, damp, feverish, alive. It was a moment suspended in time, where laughter hung in the air like the sweet notes of a lyre, ill-fated and fleeting. Eurydice laughed, her voice bright, slicing through the stillness, and every sound around us, birds, whispers of leaves, felt like the universe holding its breath. But the laughter died, leaving an echo that felt like a warning. I remember a sudden chill, the way it slithered up my spine, foreboding and sharp. She was spinning in the meadow, wild and free, golden hair weaving in the breeze, and I was lost in that moment, that joy. Until it wasn't joy anymore. There was a rustle, a whisper among the grasses, and beneath the beauty lay a truth as sinister as the serpent that curled in the grass. I should have known, I should have seen the signs. An old crone in the village had warned of this day, her eyes glazed with the sheen of knowing, her words a creaking door that swung open to horror. Beware the fangs that bite in silence, she had said, her voice a shrill wind that clutched at my heart. But love is an intoxicating poison, and I was drunk on it, Eurydice, my muse, my light, my everything. I remember the way she danced, her feet barely touching the earth, as if she could ascend to the heavens with just a breath. Oh, how I adored her! But love has a way of blinding you to the lurking shadows, to the sinister whispers in the grass. Then it happened. A flash of scales, a flicker of green amidst the gold of her flowing dress. It struck, quick, precise, like a shot fired in the silence of the dusk. The world became a cacophony of screams, my heart a drum pounding against my ribs, a frantic tattoo of desperation. Eurydice stumbled, her laughter twisted into a gasp of horror. I remember reaching for her, my hands desperate, fingers brushing against her skin, warm, alive, then suddenly cold, like the first touch of winter. Eurydice! I shouted, the name tearing from my throat, a guttural cry laced with panic. I remember the look in her eyes, wide and frightened, a mirror reflecting the chaos around us. Time slowed, dragging every second through a mire of dread. Orpheus, she breathed, her voice a ghostly whisper. The name was a thread, connecting us, but now it felt like a noose tightening around my heart. I could see the venom pulsing through her veins, a dark tide that threatened to drown her. Shadows danced around her, and I was lost in a tempest of fear, helpless to pull her from the abyss. "Stay with me," I pleaded, my voice cracking, breaking like fragile glass. I could feel the world crashing down, my dreams of us, of a life together, the laughter, the sun-soaked days, everything shattering into a million pieces. I remember the taste of panic. It was bitter, metallic, like iron on my tongue. The earth beneath me felt alive, thrumming with the urgency of a heart about to stop. I could hear the whispers of the wind, carrying the scent of wildflowers laced with sorrow, but they were drowned by the rising tide of horror. "Please, don't leave me," I begged, but the words felt hollow, an echo lost in the void. I could see her fading, the light in her eyes dimming like a candle flickering in a storm. The shadows closed in, and the vibrant meadow turned grey, a desolate landscape of despair. The wind howled, and time unraveled. I was torn between the pounding of my heart and the silence creeping in, a suffocating blanket of dread. Eurydice's breaths were shallow, a haunting melody that echoed in my soul. "Help me, Orpheus," she gasped, each word a dagger to my heart. I wanted to scream, to tear apart the very fabric of destiny that had woven this cruel tapestry. "No, I won't let you go." But the universe had other plans, a cosmic joke played at the expense of love. I remember the moment the realization hit me, a cold, hard truth. The world had stopped for us, yet it continued to turn, indifferent to our suffering. And then, a figment of my mind surfaced, the old stories of love and loss, of gods and mortals, of a lyre that could charm the very stones. What good was music if it couldn't save her? I gripped her hand, feeling the warmth slip away like sand through fingers. "Stay with me, Eurydice. I will find a way." But the shadows deepened, swirling around us, mocking my desperation. I could see the darkening sky above us, the stars blinking into existence one by one, like the ghosts of lost dreams. I was collapsing under the weight of helplessness, a heavy stone in the depths of a dark sea. "Orpheus," she whispered again, her voice cracking like fragile glass, and with that, I felt everything shift. The earth trembled, the shadows twisted into grotesque figures, and then she was gone, just like that. The laughter that had once filled the air was replaced with silence, a void so vast it felt like the end of the world. I fell to my knees, the meadow crumbling around me, the vibrant colors fading into a monochrome of grief. Time stretched, pulled tight like a bowstring, and I could feel the air thickening with despair. I remember the cold weight of the earth beneath me, the ache in my chest as if the very essence of life had been sucked away. Eurydice was gone, and I was left with nothing but fragments of memories, her laughter, her light, the feel of her hand in mine, and the knowledge that I could not save her. In that moment, amidst the shadows, I became a ghost of my former self, a prisoner of heartbreak, trapped in the echo of my own despair. The sun slipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped us both, cold and eternal. I was left alone, haunted by the spectre of what could have been, clinging to the slivers of light that flickered in the distance, hopes now as distant as the stars. I remember. I remember. I remember. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching over the ruins of a city once vibrant, now swallowed by shadows. The air was thick, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting. Somewhere, a cat yowled, a sound that sliced through the silence, raw and haunting. I shivered, not from the chill creeping up my spine, but from the weight of memories pressing against my chest. I remember the night she left, a whisper stolen by the wind, a promise broken in the chaos of silence. Orpheus stood at the edge of the crumbling staircase, fingers trembling against the worn strings of his lyre. The notes he played were fragile, like the last breath of a dying star. Each strum was a plea, a desperate call to the depths where she lingered, trapped in the shadows of the underworld. "Eurydice," he murmured, her name a prayer, a curse, a knife twisting in his heart. He poured every ounce of his grief into the melody, the sound rising like smoke, curling around the ruins, choking the air. Beside him, Persephone watched, her eyes pools of sorrow, reflecting the anguish that thrummed in the air. She had felt the weight of loss, tasted the bitterness of abandonment. Her fingers brushed the petals of a wilting flower, a reminder of her own heart's fracture, plucked from the garden of life, too beautiful, too fragile. Orpheus, she breathed, the name heavy with warning. You cannot bring her back. This path you tread, it is a grave you dig deeper with each note. But he was lost, spiraling, a comet on a collision course with oblivion. I remember the way she laughed, he said, voice cracking like a fragile branch underfoot. The sound danced like sunlight on water, and now it's just echoes. His eyes, usually bright and fierce, were clouded with despair, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The shadows of the ruins lurked, whispering secrets of the lost and the damned, tempting him closer, closer still. Persephone stepped forward, the earth beneath her feet trembling, as if even the soil recognized the weight of his grief. You cannot play against the fates, Orpheus. They'll swallow you whole. Her heart ached for him, for the devastation of love turned sour. She had walked that path, witnessed the hollow eyes of the damned, their souls trapped in an endless cycle of longing. The weight of her own choices clung to her like a shroud. I don't care, he shouted, the words erupting like a thunderclap through the stillness. I would trade the world for one more moment with her. One more smile, just to see her face again. The rawness of his pain hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It was a truth both beautiful and terrible, the kind that could break a man or shatter a god. But with each note he played, the shadows stirred, hungry, waiting. They whispered back, sweet promises wrapped in darkness. I remember, the way the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny eyes, watching, judging. Orpheus's song wove through the night, a tapestry of love and loss, despair and hope. The universe held its breath, teetering on the edge of something colossal. Every strum echoed with his heartbeat, frantic and wild, a countdown to some inevitable confrontation. The ground shook, a tremor of anticipation. Orpheus could feel it in his bones, the pull of the underworld calling him closer. Eurydice, he cried again, a raw guttural sound clawing its way from his throat. The walls around him seemed to lean in, eager to catch the fleeting words, to hold them captive. Persephone felt her heart twist. You are blind to the beauty of your own life, Orpheus. You lose sight of the world around you. She gestured to the ruins, to the remnants of a life once vibrant. This place is filled with echoes, but there is still warmth, still light. She wanted to shake him, to pull him back from the brink of despair. But how could he listen? How could he hear her words over the haunting echoes of a love lost, a heartbeat stilled? The weight of her absence bore down on him, a relentless tide threatening to drown him in sorrow. I remember, he whispered, as if by saying it enough, he could summon her spirit from the depths, as if his will alone could defy the very fabric of existence. And then there was a moment, a glimmer, a flicker of light from the darkness. The shadows shivered, quaking like leaves in a tempest. Do you really want to see her? The darkness murmured, its voice a seductive lullaby, pulling him closer to the precipice. Do you truly believe you can hold on to her? He hesitated, the air thick with unspoken fears. In that split second, the world teetered, caught between the past and a future tainted by grief. Yes, he breathed, gripping the lyre tighter, as if it were his lifeline. Persephone stepped back, feeling the swell of despair wash over them both like a tidal wave. You don't understand, she said, voice trembling. You're playing with fire. If you cross that threshold, the price is more than you can bear. And yet, the moon hung overhead, a silent witness to their turmoil, as Orpheus played on, each note a tentative step into the abyss. The darkness beckoned, the air crackled with electric anticipation. The shadows began to shift, swirling around him like a lover's embrace, urging him forward. He could almost see her face, the way her hair caught the light, the way her laughter echoed in his dreams. I remember, the ache of unfulfilled promises, the weight of words left unspoken. Time slipped like sand through his fingers, and he was left with only the fragments of a once glorious love story, trapped in a moment that stretched into eternity. The walls of the underworld, ancient and cold, began to shimmer. The music wrapped around him, a desperate tendril of hope, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Eurydice, he cried, a scream swallowed by the void. But his heart raced, caught in a storm of love and loss, the echoes around him blending with his own despair. I will not let go, he whispered, even as the shadows danced, promising everything and nothing. And in that moment, the music faded, a heartbeat lost in the endless night. The darkness loomed, consuming, as Orpheus stood on the edge, teetering between worlds, a fragile soul caught in a web of grief, longing, and the haunting memory of a love that would never fade. The air was thick with dread, swirling like black smoke, wrapping around Miranda as she stood at the edge of the pit. The howls echoed beneath her, a cacophony of anguish rising from the maw of the earth, each scream slicing through her like icy daggers. That moment, her heart pounding, blood roaring in her ears, was the last moment of safety she would ever know. She peered into the abyss, the stench of decay and despair clawing at her throat. "This is it," she whispered, though it felt like a prayer, a curse, a promise all tangled together. Beside her, Theo fidgeted, eyes darting, trying to hold on to the flickering remnants of courage that slipped through his fingers like sand. He was the unlikeliest of heroes, forever in the shadow of his older brother, Rylan, the warrior with a heart of stone and a gaze that could incinerate doubt. Theo had always been the quiet one, the dreamer lost in the pages of epic tales, but now those stories screamed at him, "Heroes don't falter." Yet here he stood, paralyzed by the weight of his own insignificance, the burden of expectation pressing down like a boulder on his chest. "I can't do this," he muttered, more to himself than to her, the confession a whisper of despair. But Miranda turned to him, her eyes ablaze, igniting a spark of defiance. "You can. You have to." Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from the raw intensity of their shared purpose. She remembered Ryland's last words, laced with a brother's love and a hero's burden. "Bring her back," he had said, "no matter the cost." The weight of that promise hung heavy in the air, a spectral chain binding them to the darkness below. The pit yawned wider, an insatiable maw that threatened to swallow them whole, but the memory stirred within Miranda. She recalled the warmth of Ryland's laughter, the way he spun tales of glory around the hearth while the fire crackled like the heart of an ancient god. But that warmth was gone now, snuffed out by the darkness of the underworld, a place where laughter turned to dust and hope was but a flickering candle lost in a storm. "Every step we take down there," Theo's voice quivered, "we lose a piece of ourselves. You know that, right?" "I know," she replied, her voice a mix of resolve and trembling uncertainty. "But if we don't go, what's left for us? We'll be ghosts in this life, trapped in the echo of what could have been." The shadows around them undulated, whispering secrets only the damned could understand. In that moment, the world felt impossibly vast and impossibly small, time crinkled like an old parchment, every heartbeat punctuated by the desperation of their quest. She could almost taste the salt of her own tears, the bittersweet tang of loss and love intertwined. A tremor shook the ground beneath them, a warning, or perhaps a beckoning. "Are you ready?" she asked, though she wasn't sure if she meant for him or herself. Theo swallowed hard, a lump of fear and anticipation lodged deep in his throat. "No. But I don't think we have a choice." And just like that, their hands clasped, two souls intertwined in a fragile bond forged by grief and determination. Together, they stepped into the void, the darkness swallowing them whole. The descent was a shuddering plunge into chaos, the air thickening around them until it felt like grasping at smoke. Time twisted, each second stretched like the sinews of a bowstring, ready to snap. The shadows whispered, pulling at their sanity, at the frayed edges of their resolve. They floated through a corridor lined with echoes, faces of the lost drifted past, mouths open in silent screams, their eyes hollow and void of hope. "I remember," Theo gasped, each memory crashing over him like waves of icy water. "I remember the way Rylan would joke about how he'd wrestle a demon if it meant saving someone. He always thought he was invincible." "But he wasn't," Miranda replied, her breath hitching as she recalled the weight of her brother's absence, a gaping hole in her heart. "He was just a man. Like us." A shudder ran through her, a pang of anguish mixed with an unyielding determination. "We're not invincible either. But we have to be brave." The darkness thickened, coiling around them, whispering promises of despair. They stumbled deeper, heartbeats echoing in their ears like drumbeats of war. An ancient clock ticked somewhere in the shadows, counting down the seconds to oblivion. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the gloom, cloaked in tattered shadows, its eyes glinting like shards of glass. "What do you seek in the realm of the damned?" it hissed, voice like nails scraping across stone. "Rylan," Miranda answered, her voice defiant yet trembling. "We need to bring him back." The figure laughed, a sound that clawed at the edges of their sanity, a promise of suffering laced with a dark humor that echoed in the recesses of their minds. "Ah, but what will you give for his return? What sacrifices are you willing to make?" Theo's heart raced, terror and desperation mingling. "Anything," he whispered, though even he knew the weight of such a promise. "Anything," Miranda echoed, though her voice faltered, the enormity of their choice crashing over her like a wave. They were not just fighting for a life, but for the purity of their souls, a battle against the very essence of mortality. Then step closer, the figure beckoned, shadows swirling around it like a tempest. "Let the darkness consume you, for in its heart lies the truth of all desires." But as they stepped forward, the void pulsated with a sinister warmth, an intoxicating promise of power and pain. The question hung heavy in the air like a fog: what were they willing to lose? And deep in their hearts, they felt it, the thrum of fear, the pulse of desperation, the undeniable truth that this was merely the beginning of their descent. Each step into the abyss was a step away from the light, a choice layered with pain and love. The shadows laughed, and with that eerie sound, the pit beckoned them deeper, leading them into the maw of the underworld, where every heartbeat echoed with the hopes of the living and the sighs of the dead. A whisper of wind passed like a warning through the skeletal trees, their branches clawing at the bruised sky. The world felt heavy, as if holding its breath. I stood at the edge of the river, my heart pounding like a war drum in the silence, a relentless reminder of my fleeting humanity. The water was black, an abyss, restless and hungry. I could almost hear it call my name, a sinister lullaby promising peace, or perhaps something far worse. I remember Karen, the ferryman, his eyes two hollow voids that swallowed light. He stood at the riverbank, waiting, the weight of countless souls resting on his narrow shoulders like a shroud. His boat, a rickety contraption, bobbed in the water, alive with the echoes of the damned. The stench of decay clung to him, a reminder of the price he exacted for passage. I could see it in his expression, an eternal sorrow, a weariness that seemed to stretch beyond time itself, etched into the lines of his weathered face. "Not yet," I whispered, though I knew the darkness had already begun to seep into my bones. I was a fool, clutching onto the remnants of hope, thinking I could bargain with the abyss. But in the underworld, nothing came without a cost. I could feel the cold grip of fear tightening around my throat, but it was fear laced with something deeper, a longing, an ache to understand the weight of existence itself, to grasp the fragile thread that held my sanity. Then there was Cerberus, the three-headed guardian with fur as black as pitch and eyes like molten gold. He was a creature of nightmare, a sentinel forged in chaos, standing sentinel at the gates of doom. I could feel his gaze piercing through me, a judgment reserved for the souls that dared to cross. The growl that rumbled from his throat was a warning, primal and instinctual, vibrating through my bones, a sign that I was trespassing somewhere I didn't belong. "Stay back!" I shouted, though the command trembled like a leaf in a storm. The heads turned, each of them a mirror reflecting my own fears, one snarling with anger, the second curious, and the third an unsettling calm, as if it understood the very essence of my despair. In that moment, I felt raw and exposed, a fragile thread of life caught in a world of shadows, a moth drawn to the flame of destruction. I remember the faces of those who crossed the river, lost souls, condemning gazes, a cacophony of regrets. "Karen!" I cried, yearning for clarity, for comprehension in this chaotic realm. "What must I do to pass? What must I sacrifice?" The river roared in response, swirling with memories not my own, of lives extinguished and dreams shattered. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, the oppressive silence threatening to crush my spirit. "Your coin," Karen rasped, the sound and echo of countless deaths. "It is the price of passage. Nothing more, nothing less." But my pockets were empty, a hollow echo of what could have been. The irony twisted within me, a life spent accumulating worthless things, leaving me bereft of the only currency that mattered in this void. And then, like a thunderclap, the realization hit me: I was not just a wanderer in this desolate expanse, I was a prisoner of my own making, shackled by fear and regret. I thought of moments I had let slip through my fingers, words left unspoken, love unreturned. Would this be my legacy, a flickering memory lost in the abyss? Cerberus growled softly, a sound that resonated deep within my chest, the raw, unfiltered power of existence surging through me. I took a step forward, heart racing, breath shallow. I could feel the intensity of the moment, a fragile balance between life and death, hope and despair. The air thickened with anticipation. What did I have to offer? What could I barter for another chance, for a moment to make things right? The ground shook, the river surged, and Charon's gaze pierced mine as if he could see through the veil of my soul. You will face the truth, he warned, and with that, the darkness tightened its grip, pulling me deeper into the embrace of the underworld. I was not alone. I could feel the presence of others, drifting specters clinging to the edges of my consciousness, lost souls echoing their stories in my mind. Each tale a thread woven into the fabric of existence, a reminder that we are all connected in our suffering. I grasped for something, anything to anchor me, to remind me of the warmth of life. Face your demons, a voice whispered, familiar yet distant, a memory of laughter and light. My heart twisted in recognition. The faces of those I had lost, their voices mixing in a haunting symphony that pulled at my very essence. Will you forget us? They seemed to ask, their expressions mirrored in Cerberus's piercing gaze. In that moment, I saw clarity amidst the chaos, a truth buried beneath layers of denial. My flaws, my failures, they were not chains but rather threads in a tapestry of resilience. I understood then, to move forward, I had to confront the shadows of my past. Take me across, I breathed, a prayer laced with desperation. Charon leaned closer, the weight of eternity hanging in the air between us. You must decide who you are willing to leave behind. Cerberus's growl intensified, a reminder that the cost would be steep. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of time pressing down, a tide of memories crashing against the shores of my heart. I was caught in a storm, and there was no turning back. In this place of torment, I stood on the precipice of my own reckoning, each heartbeat echoing the promise of revelations yet to come. Shadows danced around me, whispers of fate intertwining with the darkness. My fears surged, but so did my resolve. I was ready to confront whatever awaited me on the other side. As I took a step forward, the river churned violently, and the shadows deepened, coiling around my soul like the tendrils of night itself. I felt the pulse of the underworld, a heartbeat synchronized with my own, a reminder that even in despair, there was a chance for rebirth. The journey was only beginning, and the guardians were waiting, their eyes filled with the weight of eternity. The air thickened, a shroud clinging to the skin in the unholy dark. It smelled of damp earth and something sharper, like iron rusting under a forgotten sun. I could hear her breath, quick and jagged, beside me as we stepped forward, swallowed whole by the abyss. Behind us, the world we knew faded, its vibrant colors dimming to a muted palette of grief and shadow. This was not a dream. This was the moment the boundary blurred, where the living and the dead intertwined, and I could feel them, ghosts pressing in, whispering secrets of the past, taunting us with the weight of our regrets. Mina, I called, my voice cracking, raw with the urgency of this moment. She hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, a mirror of my own festering fears. The spark that had kept her going, the stubborn light in her eyes, dimmed as she stared into the inky black. I remembered her laughter, vibrant like summer blossoms, now strangled by an unrelenting dread. It felt as if the darkness was tasting us, gauging our resolve, daring us to venture further. What if he doesn't want to see us, she whispered, her words a fragile thread in the oppressive silence. I could only shake my head, the truth festering in my throat. Hades wasn't the one to fear. It was what he represented, the inevitable, the raw, the heart-wrenching truth of mortality. Like an uninvited guest at a wake, that truth loomed, demanding acknowledgement. I felt the weight of it pressing down, a suffocating embrace that threatened to consume us both. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred the shadows, rustling through the skeletal trees, their branches reaching for the sky like desperate hands. In that moment, the air shifted, a tangible pulse of energy crackling through the darkness. I knew we were close. We'd come to confront the king of the dead, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching us, lurking just beyond the veil, cloaked in shadows and secrets. I stepped forward, each footfall echoing in the silence, a heartbeat against the stillness. The ground beneath us felt wrong, shifting like sand in the hourglass of time. I remembered the old tales, the stories told around flickering fires, of heroes who walked into the underworld and came back changed. But we weren't heroes. We were just two flawed souls, grappling with a loss that felt as vast as the cosmos. Mina, but the words caught in my throat. I wasn't sure what I wanted to say. I had dragged her into this nightmare, and now I feared I was asking too much. Her eyes reflected a storm of emotions, fear, anger, sadness, and something that shimmered like hope, though I wasn't sure if it was real. "Just hold on to me," she breathed, gripping my hand, fragile and fierce as she anchored herself in this tempest. Together, we plunged deeper, the shadows thickening, twisting into something almost sentient. I felt the chill of death curling around our ankles, whispering promises of despair, but we pressed on, hearts pounding in unison. I knew this was madness. Confronting Hades, begging for a glimpse of the past, dancing on the edge of oblivion, it was all reckless, a desperate gamble with fate. And then he was there, a figure emerging from the dark, robes flowing like ink in water. Hades, with eyes like molten metal, fixed his gaze upon us. Beneath that cool exterior lay the weight of centuries, the echoes of countless souls lamenting their fates. I felt my breath hitch, a part of me wanted to flee, to hide in the light where things made sense, yet another part craved to understand him, to delve into the grief that bound us all. "What do you seek?" His voice rolled like thunder across the cavern, resonating in the marrow of my bones. It wasn't a question, it was a challenge. I faltered, the enormity of it crashing over me like a tidal wave. "We want," he interjected, the word a blade slicing through the stillness. "Desire is a currency I do not accept lightly. What you seek lies not in what is taken, but in what you're willing to offer." Mina squeezed my hand, her pulse racing like a wild animal. "Our pain," she said, breathless. "We offer our pain." Hades leaned closer, a wraith among shadows, the air chilling with the weight of his scrutiny. "Pain is abundant. What makes yours different?" I swallowed hard, memories flooding in, faces lost, laughter turned to ash, dreams shattered by the cruel hand of fate. "It's ours," I whispered, voice trembling. "It's all we have left." His laughter echoed, a low, haunting sound that reverberated in the very essence of my being. "You think pain makes you worthy? That your sorrow is unique? The dead weep, child. They all weep." I felt the tremor of despair rack through Mina. "Then what must we do?" "Face the ghosts that haunt you," he replied, the shadows around him twisting and curling, forming faces, familiar, lost, pleading. "Embrace what you fear most. Only then will you find your way." In that moment, a cacophony of memories surged, each a ghost of its own, taunting and beckoning. I saw my father, his face pale, eyes empty. I remembered the way he'd laughed, a sound now hollow in my heart. I had buried him, yet here he was, whispering through the veil, urging me to remember. The walls closed in, shadows reaching for us like claws. The darkness thickened, and I felt the weight of despair wrap around my heart, squeezing until I gasped. "No. I can't. I'm not ready." Mina's hand trembled, and I turned to her, fear clawing at my throat. "What if we don't survive this?" Her eyes were fierce, defiant flames. "Then we go together." I remembered the warmth of her laughter, the way it danced through the air like sunlight. I remembered the stitches of hope she had woven into my tattered heart. And in that moment, I understood. The ghosts weren't merely shadows, they were the essence of who we were, woven into the fabric of our souls. As the darkness surged, we stood together, hearts entwined, ready to confront the phantoms of our past. The shadows writhed around us, a swirling tempest of fears and memories, and with each breath, I felt the weight of eternity bearing down. The king of the dead watched, waiting for our resolve to shatter or strengthen. "Face us," they whispered, their voices a haunting symphony. "Face us, and we may yet find peace." And just like that, the darkness exploded, a maelstrom of light and shadow, a collision of everything we had ever loved and lost. Time twisted, and I knew the reckoning was upon us. Chapter 15. The power of Orpheus's music, bewitching the underworld. The air was thick, tight like a drawn bowstring, vibrating with the haunting echoes of Orpheus's lyre. In the dim light of the underworld, shadows stretched like fingers, clawing at the edges of reality. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as the mournful notes pierced through the oppressive silence. Each strum of his music was a pulse, a heartbeat, a reminder that even here, in this realm of lost souls, life existed, however fragile. Orpheus, with his wild, tangled hair and eyes like burning coals, looked every bit the tragic hero, flawed yet captivating, a man teetering on the edge of madness and brilliance. His fingers danced over the strings, coaxing melodies from the abyss, and with each note, the ground beneath us seemed to shudder. I felt the coolness of the stone floor seep into my bones, the stark contrast to the heat of my racing heart. Beside him stood Eurydice, a spectre of a woman, ghostly pale and ethereal. Her presence was both mesmerizing and heartbreaking. I remember the way she looked at him, a mix of longing and despair etched into her features, eyes shimmering like distant stars. Their love was a tempest, a force that could bend the very fabric of existence, but it had been shattered, leaving behind jagged edges that cut deep. "Orpheus, please," she cried, her voice a haunting wail that echoed against the cavernous walls. "You must stop." But he couldn't, he wouldn't. Each note was a desperate plea, a last-ditch effort to pull her from the clutches of Hades, to bring her back to the world above, the world of sunlight and laughter. I could feel the intensity of his desperation, the way it wrapped around us like a shroud. He wouldn't let her slip away again. It was the kind of love that makes your chest ache, the kind that haunts your dreams and fills your waking hours with shadows of what could have been. "Just a moment longer," he murmured, as if the words themselves could tether her to him. Eurydice's expression shifted, fear flickered in her eyes, a ghostly reflection of the turmoil within her heart. "You must trust me," she whispered, her voice breaking like glass. "You're losing yourself to this music. It's not just a song, it's a spell." But the melody surged, wild and untamed, a creature of its own. It filled the cavern, thrumming with a life that felt ancient and eternal. I could see the spirits drawn to it, emerging from the shadows like moths to a flame, entranced by the beauty yet terrified of its power. Each note pulsed through the very marrow of my bones, a reminder of all lost, of dreams unfulfilled, of promises broken. "Don't look back, Orpheus!" Eurydice pleaded, her voice trembling, reverberating through the cavern like a siren's call. "It's the only way." But how could he not? The fear of losing her again, the fear of the darkness that loomed behind him, was a weight that anchored him in place. The shadows whispered secrets, taunting him with memories of their stolen kisses, the laughter echoing in the vibrant gardens above. I remember the smell of earth after rain, the way sunlight danced upon the leaves, everything he left behind for this moment, this gamble against fate. The music swirled, a tempest of emotion, weaving through the air, binding us all in its spell. I could feel the heat rising, the intensity of Orpheus's heartache mingling with the coldness of the underworld. The cavern thrummed with life, yet the abyss yawned wide, hungry for every beautiful note that threatened to bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. "Orpheus," I whispered, though my voice felt small against the roar of the music. "You're playing with fire. You're dancing on the edge of oblivion." But he wouldn't hear me. He was lost in the rhythm, surrendering completely to the cascading waves of sound. The flickering shadows began to shift. Were they drawn to his despair? Or did they sense the fragility of his hope? I felt the chill creep up my spine, the sense of something ancient and cruel lurking in the darkness, waiting for the moment when it could snatch away all that was precious. "Don't let go," he shouted, his voice raw, taut with desperation. "Eurydice, don't fade from me." And just like that, the music swelled, a crescendo of raw emotion that cracked the very foundation of the underworld. I could see the shadows shifting, coalescing into figures that whispered of loss and longing, of sorrow and betrayal. They swirled around us, a vortex of pain and beauty, blurring the lines between love and despair, between life and the afterlife. Eurydice's form wavered like a candle in the wind, flickering, threatening to extinguish. "Orpheus, you must," but her words were lost, drowned in the haunting melody that echoed through the cavern, relentless and consuming. I remember the moment when the spell broke, when Orpheus turned, instinctively, against the desperate plea of love. The air crackled with tension, a heartbeat suspended in time, and a scream, a visceral, soul-deep scream, filled the space as he let go of the last thread of hope. In that instant, the music fell silent, leaving in its wake an echo that felt like a death knell. What had he done? What had he lost? The shadows recoiled, and I could feel the weight of despair wash over us, heavy as the very stones that surrounded us. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he understood the enormity of his choice. But there were no words left. Just the chilling silence of the underworld and the lingering notes of a love that had danced too close to the flames, now nothing more than ashes caught in the wind. And as the darkness deepened, closing in like a cloak, I realized this was not just a story of love and loss. It was a reminder, a warning of the power of music, the magic of the heart, and the fragile line that separates life from death, hope from despair. The echoes of Orpheus's song lingered, a haunting melody that would reverberate through eternity, forever entwined with the souls of the lost. A wailing cry pierced the silence of the underworld like a dagger through flesh, a sound that echoed in the cavernous darkness, reverberating against the stone walls. It was not the sound of death, but of despair, a mother's heart breaking in two. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, each beat of my heart a drumroll to an inevitable tragedy that had been set in motion. The air was thick, cloying, scented with ash and the bitter tang of unfulfilled dreams. Demeter, queen of the harvest, knelt among the shadows, her hands clawing at the earth, as if trying to grasp the very roots of her lost daughter. The soil, rich and dark, betrayed her, whispering secrets it had no intention of revealing. Persephone, she sobbed, each utterance a fresh wound carved deeper into her soul. The very essence of motherhood writhed in her voice, a primal, aching love twisted with every breath she took. It was a sound that sent ripples through the stillness, a warning, a prayer, a scream that hung like an omen in the air. And there I was, caught in the web of their entwined fates, paralyzed by the raw intensity of the moment, desperate to intervene but knowing the threads of destiny were already woven tighter than any plea could unravel. Persephone had been taken, dragged into the abyss by Hades, the dark king who thrived on despair. He had promised her a crown of shadows, a throne of whispered secrets, but all she'd wanted was the sunlit laughter of flowers dancing in the breeze. In the depths of my heart, I felt a familiar pain, the helplessness that stirred memories of my own losses. I remembered how it felt to clutch the cold hand of a friend, to watch the light fade from eyes that once sparkled with mischief and dreams. How could Hades, with his piercing gaze and cruel determination, understand the fragility of what he had stolen? Let her go! Demeter's voice shot through the darkness, a fragile beam of light trying to push back the shadows. Her laughter is the lifeblood of the earth. Without her, the seasons wither and die. But her pleas were consumed by the silence, leaving only echoes of desperation lingering like ghosts in the air. I watched as Hades emerged, cloaked in midnight, the flickering torches casting his figure in grotesque relief. Each step he took was weighted, deliberate, like a predator savoring the fear of its prey. The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of reality trembling under the weight of their confrontation, a dance of pain that had unfolded through the ages. "You think you can defy me?" he sneered, voice smooth like silk but laced with venom. "She belongs to me now. A queen of my kingdom, a goddess of shadows." And in that instant, the reality of his claim sent a chill racing down my spine. The image of Persephone's radiant smile, so full of life, flashed before me like a fleeting dream. The idea of her trapped in darkness, surrounded by whispers that promised power but delivered despair, twisted my gut into knots. I could almost hear her laughter dissipating into the ether. Then, the impossible happened. Demeter's grief morphed, transformed into a fierce resolve that ignited a fire in her heart. "You think you've taken her from me? You underestimate a mother's love." Her fury was a tempest, rising like a storm across the fields of time, and in that moment, I felt the earth tremble in response, the very soil yearning to right the wrong that had been wrought. "Compassion can be the strongest weapon," Demeter said, her voice steadying as she turned her gaze towards the shadows where I stood, invisible yet unyielding. "I will not lose her. Not to you, not to your darkness." I looked into the depths of her eyes, seeing the pain and determination reflected back at me, a mirror of my own struggles. I wanted to scream for her, to tell her that her fight was not in vain, that the love she held was a force that could shake the very foundations of the underworld. But the words died on my lips, trapped in a throat choked with unshed tears. Hades merely chuckled, an unsettling sound that slithered around us like fog. "You cannot bargain with the darkness," he warned, his voice dipping into a seductive purr. "What will you give in exchange for your daughter? Life? Love? I have seen mothers give their hearts for less. And you would take it?" Demeter replied, the strength in her voice unwavering despite the shadows that encroached. "I would give all of it, every blade of grass, every grain of wheat, if it meant her return." Her eyes, once hollowed by grief, filled with a fierce light. "You think that you can own what should be free? You think your power can silence love?" The fabric of the air around us shifted, the tension thickening, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the conclusion of this tragic ballet. It was a moment suspended in time, the looming clash of despair and hope, the fragile line between light and dark. I could sense the clock ticking, the relentless march of time echoing through the silence. Each tick was a reminder of the stakes, of what was at risk. Persephone floated in that darkness, a ghost tethered to the living by the thin thread of her mother's love. I remember when Persephone laughed, I whispered, the memory flooding my mind, rich and vivid. I remember the sunlight on her hair, the way she danced among the flowers. The words hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, a lifeline thrown into the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. I felt a stirring within me, a fierce desire to act, to seize this moment where love collided with despair. But as Demeter faced Hades, their eyes locked in a battle of wills, I knew this was just the beginning. The storm was gathering, and the shadows were creeping closer. In this dark place, where hearts were bartered and lives exchanged for shadows, I couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if love wasn't enough? The answer loomed like a specter, one I was terrified to confront, and yet I remained, breathless, waiting for the next heartbeat to echo through the darkness. The tunnel was dark, a void that swallowed every whisper, every flicker of light. Anna pressed her back against the damp, cold stone, her breath a shuddering whisper in the oppressive silence. The world outside felt like a distant dream, muffled by the weight of earth and time. Her heart thudded in her chest, a relentless drumbeat of anxiety and fear. She could hear it, the distant echo of footsteps, the scuff of shoes against wet rock, and with it, the undeniable truth, they were coming. "Stay close, Anna," the husky voice of Liam broke through the quiet, filled with an urgency that wrapped around her like a vice. His eyes, usually bright with mischief, were shadowed with worry. They had always been reckless, dancing on the edge of danger like moths to a flame, but this was different. The stakes were higher, the shadows deeper. "I remember," she started, but the thought slipped away like smoke, lost in the darkness. The memory surged, an argument that spiraled out of control, words exchanged that couldn't be taken back, the moment she realized she could lose him forever. She pressed her fingers to her temples, fighting against the memories clawing their way to the surface. They had left the world behind, but the ghosts of their past lingered, gnawing at her resolve. "Don't think about that now," Liam said, an edge of desperation coloring his tone. "Focus on getting out." But how could she not think of it? The way they had crossed lines, the way fear had turned into anger, and anger had turned into this, running through tunnels beneath a city that had once felt like home, hunted by shadows that held no mercy. Another set of footsteps, louder this time, the air thick with an electric tension. Anna could almost taste the fear on her tongue, metallic and bitter. Who were they? Hunters? Enforcers? She thought of the news reports, the whispers of disappearances, the shattering silence of those who never returned. The thought twisted her stomach, a wild animal clawing to escape. "Anna," Liam said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, urgent and alive with worry. "We can't stay here. We have to move." She nodded, though her limbs felt heavy, bound by the weight of 1,000 fears. They could emerge into the light, but what awaited them? Would the ghosts follow? There was something out there, waiting for them, the culmination of choices made in anger and moments lost to time. Liam's hand found hers, and in that brief connection, she felt a flicker of hope, fragile but luminous. It was a reminder that even in darkness, they were not entirely alone. I remember, she began again, the words spilling out of her in a desperate rush, that night at the festival. The lights, how they danced like fireflies in the air. We thought we were invincible. Longing for the thrill, he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. They both knew that invincibility was a mirage, shimmering and false. The footsteps were closer now, the shadows lengthening as the creatures of the night approached. It was then she noticed the wall behind them, etched with names, faded and forgotten, a graveyard of memories carved into stone. "We need to move," Liam urged, his grip tightening around her hand. "I won't let them take you." Each word echoed in her mind, a promise and a challenge. The world outside felt like a chasm, stretching into infinity. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself away from the wall, shoving aside the fear that lingered like a sour aftertaste. Together, they ventured deeper, where the darkness thickened, wrapping them in its cold embrace. The air grew stale, saturated with the scent of damp earth and decay. Every step forward felt like an act of defiance, an assertion of their tenacity against an unforgiving universe that wanted to swallow them whole. "Do you remember the stars?" she asked suddenly, the question bursting forth as if the weight of everything had finally cracked open a door inside her head. "How they seemed to hang so close, like they might just reach down and touch us. I used to think they were watching over us." Liam's sigh was heavy, filled with a mixture of nostalgia and anguish. "Now they feel like ghosts, haunting us from a distance." The tug-of-war between hope and despair raged within her, a tempest that threatened to drown them both. The darkness pulsed around them, threatening to draw them deeper into its embrace. With every heartbeat, every whisper of fear, she felt the delicate thread of hope fray, unraveling like the fabric of their lives. "Wait," Liam hissed, his eyes scanning the darkness, alert. The footsteps had stopped. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of their hearts, a synchronized rhythm of survival. Anna's stomach twisted in knots, nauseating and raw. "Do you think they know we're here?" she whispered, her voice trembling, cutting through the stillness like a knife. "Not yet," he replied, but the uncertainty in his voice betrayed his confidence. "But we have to keep moving." "We have to." Before he could finish, the shadows deepened, coalescing into shapes that danced at the periphery of her vision. A cold shiver coursed down her spine, a warning, a premonition. "Run!" Liam shouted, and the urgency in his voice ignited something primal in her. They bolted down the tunnel, feet pounding against the stone, breath hitching in their throats. The walls closed in, the darkness pressing against them, clutching at their heels as they fled from the specters of their past and the demons that hunted them. But even as they raced, Anna's mind spiraled back, looping through memories stained with regret and longing. "I remember the way you looked at me when everything was still okay." "I remember too," he gasped, his breath ragged. "But we have to focus." With every step, the weight of what had been coiled around her heart like a vice, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. Would they ever find their way back to the light? Or were they doomed to wander these endless tunnels of regret and fear forever? The question hung heavy in the air, a specter alongside them, as they plunged deeper into the abyss. Whatever awaited them on the other side loomed like a specter, a haunting promise that both terrified and exhilarated. For now, the chase had begun, and the only certainty was that they were bound together by a fragile hope, a flicker of light in the overwhelming dark. And they would fight to keep it alive. The air thickened, suffocating as I stood at the threshold of shadows, a chasm where echoes of the past coiled like serpents, ready to strike. My heart raced, each beat a hammer against the tyranny of silence that enveloped me. There, in the dim flicker of fading light, I saw her, a silhouette gliding through the darkness, ethereal and beautiful yet haunting. Eurydice! The name alone ignited a wildfire of longing, a twisted knot of fear and desire that choked my breath. I stretched my hand toward her, only to feel a cold emptiness, an abyss where warmth should be. Orpheus, her voice was a whisper, laced with the sweet agony of dreams lost. "You can't linger here forever." But the weight of my doubts pulled me deeper into despair. I remember the first time I held her close, her laughter dancing like sunlight through a forest, wrapping around me like a tender embrace. Joy was once my compass, but now I felt it slipping, a cruel reminder of what once was and what might never be again. You don't understand, I stammered, the raw intensity of my fear pooling in my chest. What if I lose you again? Eurydice's eyes flickered, a tempest swirling behind them. What if you never had me to begin with? The words were daggers, each one cutting away at the threads of my resolve. I could feel the darkness creeping, an insidious tide that threatened to drown my fragile hopes. Shadows slithered across the ground, whispering secrets I couldn't hear, taunting me with the possibility of failure. Every heartbeat echoed with doubt. Was I strong enough? Had I the courage to defy the very fabric of death for love's sake? I stepped closer, each footfall heavy with uncertainty. I will bring you back, I declared, though the truth clawed at me from the inside. What if the price was too steep? What if the gods, fickle and merciless, stood ready to punish my foolhardy heart? Love is not a game, Orpheus, she said, her voice trembling, a fragile thread ready to snap. You tread on thin ice. The world of the living is not meant for the dead. But my heart, that traitorous thing, pounded louder, drowning out her warnings. I could still see our shared moments, a kaleidoscope of laughter and warmth, all wrapped in the tender fabric of our shared dreams. I remembered the time we danced under a blanket of stars, the universe swirling around us, filling every crevice of our beings with joy. I remembered how her smile could banish the darkness, how her touch could ignite a fire in my soul. I had tasted that joy, and now it felt like a distant dream, slipping through my fingers like sand. Eurydice, I implored, desperation clawing at my throat, don't you see? I have to try. I can't live in a world where you don't exist. Her laughter rang out, a bitter melody filled with untold sorrow. But what if you succeed? What if you bring me back and I am not the same? What if I'm just a shadow of who I was? The doubt hung heavy, hanging above us like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury. I faltered. The questions echoed like a haunting refrain, gnawing at my determination. What if I found her, only to discover that she had become something unrecognizable, a hollow shell of the woman I loved? Every moment I spent in the underworld, she continued, I felt the weight of time suffocating me. I was just a song left unfinished, a melody lost to the void. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the weight of her words sinking into my bones. Was love worth the risk of her losing herself? Would I dare to grasp at the threads of fate only to unravel the very fabric of our story? Orpheus, listen, her voice cracked, and I could feel her pain reaching out to me, pulling me into the depths of her despair. You cannot save me. Not from death, not from the darkness that has claimed me. I'm afraid, Orpheus. Afraid of what you'll find if you dare to look. Each word was a blade, cutting deeper. My heart clenched, a storm of emotion swirling within me, a fear, love, and an unrelenting sorrow. I could see the shadows closing in, gnashing their teeth, ready to consume us both. Then let us face it together, I said, and for a moment, hope ignited. I took her hands, feeling the chill of her skin, an eerie reminder of the fate that lay before us. I will not turn back. I will not abandon you to the shadows. Her gaze searched mine, a fragile flicker of hope mingling with uncertainty. But at what cost, Orpheus? Love is a treacherous path, one filled with trials that could destroy us both. The chill of her words sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, counting down the seconds until everything unraveled. My doubts intertwined with my resolve, a chaotic dance that threatened to tear me apart. I remember the stories, I whispered, the memories spilling out, the tales of those who ventured into the abyss. They came back changed, haunted by what they found. And yet, I stood at the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. The underworld loomed large, a suffocating shadow, a siren's call that beckoned me to delve deeper into my fears. Will you follow me? I asked, heartsick, trembling with the weight of the moment. Or will you let the darkness claim you? I could feel the world swirl around us, a tempest of emotions, a cacophony of fears and desires. The air crackled with intensity, the silence now alive with possibility, a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, wrapping around us, squeezing us tighter. Her answer hung in the air, a lingering breath on the edge of eternity. I stood frozen, every second stretching into infinity, knowing that whatever choice she made would alter the course of our lives forever. The shadows whispered, taunting, teasing, and I could only hope that what lay ahead would not consume us whole. The air was thick, not with moisture, but with desperation, a suffocating weight that pressed down on every soul trapped in the dark. Lila pressed her palms against the cold, unyielding surface of the water above her, each movement a reminder of how close she was to the surface, yet how impossibly far. The echoes of muffled cries, the soft lapping of waves against the stone, it was all she could hear, like a haunting symphony of dread. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest like a caged animal, desperate to break free. I should have fought harder, she thought, a bitter taste rising in her throat. Next to her, Ethan struggled, his face contorted in agony, the scars of their shared past flickering behind his eyes. He was a mirror to her own torment, reflecting every regret, every moment when they chose silence over truth. "Lila, we have to move," he gasped, each word a battle against the water that clawed at them, dragging them back down into the abyss. She didn't want to look at him. Not now. Not when the weight of what they had done, a betrayal woven into the very fabric of their connection, hung between them like a noose. "I remember the way we used to laugh," she whispered, the words slipping into the darkness. "Do you?" The memories danced around them, playful and mocking, echoes of joy that felt light years away. The sunlit days sprawled on grassy hills, the innocent dreams of a future untainted by shadows. But now, those memories felt like ghosts, lingering just out of reach, taunting her with the life she had lost. Ethan didn't answer. His eyes were wild, darting around as if searching for a flicker of hope, but all he found was the cold, unyielding water that threatened to consume them. "We need to swim," he shouted, urgency clawing at his voice. "We have to get to the light." He lunged, and the water splashed violently around him. Lila flinched, her heart racing with fear and something else, something that felt like anger. How could he still cling to hope when everything seemed to be crumbling around them? "I can't, Ethan," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "What's the point? We're already dead inside." The truth settled between them like a stone, heavy and immovable. She remembered their last fight, the accusations thrown like knives, the moment when they had both chosen to step away instead of fighting for each other. It should have shattered her, but here, in the depths, nothing hurt more than the silence that followed. But he wouldn't relent. "No, Lila. We're not dead. Not yet. We just need to." A sudden surge of water enveloped him, pulling him under, and her heart plummeted with him. Panic washed over her, and she instinctively reached out, grasping at the void, desperate to pull him back. The coldness that engulfed them both felt like the grip of death, unyielding and relentless. In the depths of her despair, she thought of the stars. How they had looked up at them so many nights, marveling at the vastness of the universe, the way the cosmos felt alive with possibilities. Had they been foolish to believe they could escape their realities, woven together by their dreams? She could feel the weight of that belief slipping away, like grains of sand through her fingers. "I remember," she murmured again, tears mingling with the water. "I remember." Suddenly, like a distant spark igniting a flame, light broke through the murkiness. A shimmering glow danced just beyond the surface, beckoning them, promising salvation. "There!" Ethan's voice tore through the darkness, fierce and filled with a raw energy that pierced through her despair. "We can make it! Swim!" With a strength that surprised her, Lila kicked against the weight of the water, each stroke fueled by the flicker of hope she thought she had lost. Memories flooded back, every laugh, every tear, the warmth of his hand in hers on that sunny afternoon. "I won't let go," she promised herself, even as doubt clawed at her throat. The light grew brighter, illuminating their path, pulling her toward a truth she had buried deep. But as she surged upward, the weight of their past crashed down on her shoulders, unforgiving and relentless. The betrayal, the secrets, the way they had both walked away when they should have fought, those were the chains that weighed them down. "Ethan," she gasped, the surface still so tantalizingly out of reach, "what if we're too late? What if we're not enough? Just hold on." His voice was a lifeline, a thread woven from desperation and determination. She could see his face, straining against the current, eyes locked onto hers. "We are enough. Together, we are enough." The light shimmered above them, almost tangible, like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. With every ounce of willpower left within her, Lila pushed through the darkness, thrusting herself upward, reaching for him. The surface loomed like a divine promise, teasing her with its brilliance. She could almost touch it. She could almost taste freedom. But then, in a cruel twist of fate, the darkness bit back, the water swirling violently, pulling them apart. The light flickered, a dying star in the vastness of their despair. "No. Lila?" Ethan's voice was lost in the chaos, a haunting echo in her ears. She felt the cold grip of panic, fingers slipping from her grasp, and the darkness closing in. I remember, hope warped into fear as she fought against the inevitable. Each moment stretched, a cruel reminder of how fleeting life could be. The surface glimmered, just beyond reach, and her heartbeat quickened as she clawed at the water, desperately trying to pull herself and her regrets toward it. Every stroke became a prayer, a plea for redemption, a glimpse of light in the abyss. Time blurred, a non-linear spiral of memories and dreams wrapping around them like a shroud. Lila could feel the ghosts of their past swirling in the depths, whispering the truth she had long buried. And she realized, the fight for the surface wasn't just for freedom, it was for them, for everything they had lost, and everything they could still become. In that moment, she chose to let go of her fear. "Let it wash away. We'll rise together," she screamed, her voice a battle cry, a promise sealing the darkness around them. And with that, she surged up, fueled by the warmth of hope and aching love. The light was close now, and she could almost reach out and grasp it, pulling them both into a future untainted by shadows. But the battle was far from over. The darkness still clawed at their heels, and the surface shimmered like a mirage, beautiful yet elusive. They were on the precipice, teetering between the vast unknown and the light that beckoned them forward. Together or apart, the choice lingered in the air, heavy with promise and terror. The only certainty was the light, and as their fingers grazed the surface, they knew this was just the beginning. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and impending darkness, a visceral reminder that night had a way of swallowing the world whole. I remember the silence just before the scream, a breath held too long, the kind that rattles your bones and prickles your skin. Shadows coiled around the trees like waiting beasts, and then it came, a wail that shattered the night, a raw, desperate sound that slipped beneath my skin and coiled tightly around my heart. Eurydice! Her name a spell, a charm, both an invocation and a curse. I remember Orpheus, his face twisted in a mask of horror, eyes like twin moons eclipsed by terror. He was a poet, a musician whose melodies could dissolve stone, but in that moment, he was stripped of power, his songs silenced by the weight of fate. Time stood still as he rushed forward, his feet pounding against the earth, each step a futile plea against the laws of the universe. I could feel his desperation in my own chest, beating like a war drum. The world felt like it was tilting, the ground beneath us quaking, and all I could think was how fragile this moment was, how easily everything could unravel. And there stood Eurydice, caught in a cruel dance with destiny, her figure both ethereal and broken. I remember the way the moonlight shimmered against her skin, transforming her into a haunting vision. She looked back, just once, and in that glance, I felt the world shatter, her fear, her longing, her resignation. A heartbeat stretched into infinity, and then, just like a breath, it all fell apart. How could I have imagined that the shadows contained such monstrous things? I had brushed against them in the past, whispers of betrayal, echoes of pain, but never had I fathomed that love could be so suffocating. I remember how Orpheus, in his desperation, struck a chord that held the promise of life, a melody so potent it could pierce through the veil of the underworld itself. But what good was music against the unforgiving hands of fate? The darkness loomed, reminding me of the time I stood beneath a sky riddled with stars, each one a distant memory, each one a flicker of hope. "Come back to me," Orpheus had sung, his voice weaving through the air like a silken thread, binding us together, but now it was as if the cosmos laughed cruelly. Eurydice was slipping away, her essence fading, and in her eyes, I saw a reflection of the myriad moments we could have shared, dreams extinguished before they could bloom. Everything spiraled in that moment, an unrelenting rush of despair and longing. I remember feeling the weight of Orpheus's gaze on me, demanding answers that I did not possess. His pain was a terrible, weighty thing, a burden I could not help him carry. Each breath he took felt like a plea, and I couldn't look away from the abyss that had opened between them. The space where love once thrived now echoed with silence, an emptiness that gnawed at my insides. "Why?" he gasped, his voice cracking against the rawness of the night. "Why must I lose her?" It was a question that hung in the air, heavy and relentless, and I could not answer. The universe was vast and indifferent, its stars watching like impassive witnesses to human folly. Eurydice, her spirit caught in the liminal space between hope and despair, seemed to float on the air, her presence both a balm and a blade. I remember everything about her, the way her laughter twinkled like the distant stars, how her sorrow wrapped around her like a shroud. She lived in memories, a ghost even before her time. I wanted to scream, to tear down the cosmos that conspired against them, to barter my own heart for her freedom. But what good are offerings to the relentless void? In that moment, Eurydice turned, her face a mask of confusion and fear, and time itself seemed to fracture. I could see the shadows stretching, curling around her ankles, tugging her back toward the darkness. Her lips parted, a silent prayer or an apology, and I felt my own heart fracture in response. "Stay," Orpheus rasped, desperation clawing at his voice, but the shadows tightened their grip, and with them, hope began to slip away. I remember the moment she disappeared, the finality of it, a snuffing out of light, a whisper lost to the wind. Orpheus fell to his knees, his body racked with the kind of grief that would shatter mountains. The night was alive with the echoes of his anguish, each note a piercing reminder that love is often a double-edged sword. And as the shadows swallowed her whole, I felt the universe shift, a cosmic joke played out at our expense. The clock had stopped, yet it ticked on in every other corner of the world, indifferent to our pain, while we stood amidst the ruins of our dreams. I remember standing there, paralyzed, caught in a moment that felt like eternity, each second stretching into infinity, every heartbeat resonating with the agony of loss. Time, it seems, is a cruel mistress, I thought, as the world around us twisted and turned, the stars flickering like memories fading into oblivion. Eurydice was gone, but the weight of her absence was a living thing, an ache etched into every fiber of my being. I could see Orpheus, alone in his sorrow, and I wished more than anything to bridge that chasm, to pull him back from the edge. Yet, in the end, there was nothing left but the echo of her name, lingering in the air like a ghost. I remember the night falling, the darkness creeping in, and the realization that love, in all its beauty, could be as terrifying as it was profound. Time marched on, oblivious to our plight, and yet, in this moment of despair, something stirred within me, a flicker of defiance against the shadow of fate. The path lay ahead, uncertain, tangled like the roots of ancient trees, but the story could not end here. No, the echoes of Eurydice's laughter would resonate forever, a melody woven into the fabric of the cosmos, and I would carry it with me, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, love could still light the way. The air is thick with silence, a silence that claws at the edges of Eurydice's mind. She stands in the dim light of the crumbling cathedral, shadows draping over her like chains, each breath a battle against the choking weight of doubt. Outside, the wind howls, carrying the echoes of laughter and love from a world she feels slipping away. The moon hangs low, a weary guardian, its pale glow flickering like a dying ember in the darkness. She turns, glancing back at Orpheus, his face drawn tight, a mask of despair painted in the fleeting light. I remember the first time we danced, she whispers, her voice trembling like the fragile leaves clinging to the branches outside. The memory unfurls in her mind, a sunlit meadow, golden and warm, where laughter spun around them like a cocoon. But that warmth has shattered now, replaced by a chill that seeps into her bones. "Do you remember?" His eyes search hers, desperation swimming in the depths. "Every moment," he replies, but the words tremble, falter, as if the weight of their memories is too much to bear. "But this is different. Eurydice, I can't lose you." She feels the ache of his fear, a raw, pulsing thing that echoes in her chest. "You don't have to lose me," she says softly, but the words are a fragile promise breaking under the strain of uncertainty. The walls close in, the cathedral a graveyard of their shared dreams, and she knows doubt has crept in like a thief in the night, stealing pieces of their love, leaving only shadows. Orpheus takes a step closer, the space between them filled with burgeoning tension, an electric charge that sparks and crackles. If we just go back, if you trust me, we can find a way. There's a desperation in his voice, a plea that digs into her heart like a splinter. Trust, she laughs, but it comes out hollow, a sound that feels foreign on her tongue. Trust is a fragile thing, Orpheus. It's built on promises, and what if those promises were made in vain? Each word is a dagger, and she can feel them tearing through the delicate fabric of their connection. In that moment, time twists and distorts, memories colliding with the present, a kaleidoscope of joy and sorrow. She remembers how they used to dream, two souls entwined, dancing between the stars, where nothing could touch them. But now? Now there's a chasm between the dreams of yesterday and the fears of tomorrow. Eurydice, he reaches out, but she steps back, the pull of uncertainty dragging her deeper into the shadows. What if I'm not enough? What if you slip through my fingers like sand? The words hang heavy in the air, and she can almost see them, dark and formless, swirling like smoke. The very thought of it sends a tremor through her. What if we lose ourselves in the darkness, she murmurs. The cathedral is a labyrinth of doubt, and with each step, it feels like the walls are closing in on them. Orpheus's breath quickens, panic rising in his chest. I would follow you to the depths of hell, Eurydice. I would make a pact with the shadows. Just, please, don't vanish into them. His voice cracks, and the vulnerability painted across his face is almost unbearable. I don't want to vanish, she cries out, but the echoes seem to mock her, their resonance growing louder, drowning out the truth. But what if I disappear? She can feel the weight of the question pressing down, suffocating. From the corner of her eye, a flicker of movement catches her attention, a shadow slips through the doorway, just a whisper of darkness, fleeting and insidious. It's a reminder of her fears, of the doubts that linger like ghosts, haunting every corner of her mind. She shivers, drawing her arms tight around her body as if to ward off the chill. What was that? Orpheus's voice trembles, drawing her gaze back to him, his eyes wide. There's a flicker of fear, raw and unmasked, and she sees it mirrored in her own reflection. It's nothing, she lies, the words a thin veneer over the truth that roils beneath. But the doubt is there, clawing away at her resolve. Just the wind. Yet even as she speaks, her heart races, thudding against her ribs with a relentless rhythm, each beat a reminder of the shadows creeping closer. The darkness is alive, swirling with anticipation, and in that moment, she knows they are standing on the precipice of something terrible, something inevitable. What if I can't bring you back? Orpheus's voice breaks the fragile silence, a whisper that hangs in the air, a question that needs no answer. The honesty in his fear cuts deep, and Eurydice finds herself trembling, caught in a web of uncertainty. I can't do this without you, she admits, the words clawing their way out, raw and unfiltered. It's a truth that stings, a bittersweet confession that hangs between them like a fragile thread. But I can't stay in the light if, the words die in her throat, choked by the shadows curling around her. She can feel them drawing closer, wrapping her in a cold embrace that feels like betrayal. What if I fade away? Then I'll bring you back, he insists, fervency igniting his voice. I'll fight the spirits, the darkness, everything. I will not lose you to doubt. Their eyes lock, the intensity palpable, but the shadows swirl, whispering secrets that gnaw at her resolve. Each heartbeat resonates with dread, and Eurydice knows that the path ahead is treacherous. The cathedral, once a sanctuary, feels more like a tomb, and she can almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the fragile balance between hope and despair. But as she stands there, the weight of his words heavy in the air, she knows the truth. Doubt has a way of creeping in, of twisting even the brightest memories into something dark and unrecognizable. She feels it coiling around them, a serpent ready to strike. Eurydice, he whispers again, his voice raw, desperate. Promise me you won't vanish. And in that moment, the world outside fades, the laughter and joy replaced by the echo of their doubts. She takes a step closer, her heart pounding in her ears. I promise, but the words dissolve into the abyss, swallowed by the darkness hovering just beyond the light. In the silence, where hope flickers like a dying flame, she realizes they are standing at the edge, ready to plunge into the unknown, and all she can do is cling to the fraying thread of trust that binds them. The shadows pulse with a life of their own, beckoning her to surrender, to embrace the chaotic dance of uncertainty. As the night closes in, Eurydice feels a tug, something pulling at her essence, whispering promises laced with peril. And in that moment, with Orpheus's eyes locked onto hers, she knows the consequences of doubt are more than just fear, they are a reckoning, a choice that could unravel them both. The air hung thick with despair, a stifling fog that seeped into the cracks of the cobblestone street, muffling the sounds of the city as if the world itself held its breath. I stood in the shadow of the grand cathedral, its spires clawing at the twilight sky like skeletal fingers desperate to grasp the last vestiges of daylight. A distant bell tolled, each chime reverberating through the marrow of my bones, echoing the heartbeat of a city drowning in grief. I remember the moment clearly, the taste of ash on my tongue, the sharpness of memory cutting deeper than the blade of a dagger. The whispers of the lost brushed against my skin, shivers weaving through the marrow of my existence. I wished for silence, but the silence was deafening, filled with the screams of ghosts that refused to fade. I closed my eyes, but the image lingered, Eurydice, lost in the shadows of the underworld, her eyes filled with a haunting question, why? Why did you let me go? Orpheus stood beside me, his hands trembling, fingers stained with the grit of despair. His face, once a canvas of serene beauty, was now marred by sorrow, every line etched deeper by the weight of guilt. The music that had once poured from his soul now lay silent, buried beneath the rubble of loss. He turned to me, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and I could see the fragments of his heart scattered like leaves in the wind. "Can you hear them?" he whispered, voice cracking like old wood. "They're calling to me. They won't let me forget." The shadows danced around us, twisting and writhing as if they were alive, mocking him, mocking all of us. The night was pregnant with ghosts, and I could feel their icy breath on the back of my neck. I remember the stories, the tales of love lost and found, of journeys through darkness, of sacrifices made in vain. Orpheus had ventured into the abyss, lured by the melody of his beloved, only to return with an empty gaze, the bitter taste of failure lingering on his lips. How could he have looked back? How could he have let her slip away into the void? The questions clawed at my insides, echoes of my own regret swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Across the way, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in the folds of darkness. Callista, my sister, her presence a paradox of both warmth and chill. She moved like a spectre, each step echoing the mournful sigh of the earth beneath her feet. Her eyes glimmered with an eerie light, a blend of madness and clarity. "We cannot let him drown in this despair," she said, voice like the soft crackle of a dying fire. "He must confront the darkness, not shy away from it." But her words felt like a candle flickering in a tempest, the storm of our grief loomed larger than any flickering flame. I watched as Orpheus's hands balled into fists, knuckles white with the strain of holding on to the past. "How can I confront what I have lost?" he shouted, a raw edge to his voice that cut through the stillness like glass shattering in the dead of night. "I cannot face her absence or the weight of my failure." The silence that followed was suffocating, thick and palpable, wrapping around us like a noose. I felt the urge to scream, to let loose the flood of emotions clawing at my throat, but fear gripped me tightly. The darkness was hungry, waiting to consume us whole. I glanced at Callista, whose expression shifted, an unsettling blend of compassion and desperation. "You must remember her, Orpheus. You must summon the music within you. It's the only way to break the chains of this nightmare." But the chains were already tightening, coiling around his heart, wrapping him in a shroud of despair. "Music," he scoffed, laughter ringing hollow in the air. "What good is music when the melody of my life has been stripped away? When every note reminds me of her absence?" I felt his pain rip through me, a visceral ache that resonated in my soul. I had known loss in my own life, had tasted the bitter tang of dreams unfulfilled. The shadows danced closer, their whispers clawing at my sanity, and I wanted to scream, to drown them out, but the chaos of emotion surged within me like a tempest. Remember the stars, I said, my voice trembling as if I were fighting against the weight of the universe. They are always there, even when we cannot see them. You must believe that she is still with you, that her spirit lives on in your song. The words felt like a lifeline thrown into a churning sea, fragile yet filled with hope. Callista's gaze sharpened, a flicker of understanding igniting in her eyes. The underworld is a labyrinth, Orpheus. You cannot conquer it with fear. You must enter the darkness fully, embracing it, allowing it to consume you until you can find the light again. Remember her laughter, her beauty. Let it fuel you. And there it was, the flicker of hope amidst the despair, the faint glow fighting against the encroaching darkness. Orpheus's eyes flickered, a glimmer of recognition breaking through the cloud of anguish that had encased him. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that made my heart race. But before he could respond, the shadows surged forth, thick tendrils of darkness twisting around us, pulling us into their icy embrace. I felt the breath leave my lungs, the world narrowing to a point of suffocating focus. Time unraveled, seconds stretching into infinity as the darkness whispered secrets too terrible to comprehend. I could hear Eurydice's voice, soft yet insistent, calling me from beyond the veil. "Don't let me go," she murmured, the sound both a plea and a curse. The very fabric of reality trembled, threatening to tear as we stood on the precipice of despair, the abyss yawning wide beneath us, ready to swallow us whole. I was no longer sure of where I ended and the darkness began. And in that moment, as shadows closed in, I felt it, a fragile thread connecting us, binding our hearts in a shared lament, a melody that would either save us or bind us forever to the night. I took a step forward, heart racing, ready to confront the chaos, knowing that some losses are meant to be fought for, even at the edge of oblivion. I turned to Orpheus and Callista, their faces barely visible in the creeping shadows, and whispered, "Together." The word lingered in the air, a fragile promise, a flicker of light in the all-consuming dark. The darkness trembled, and I could almost hear the music beneath it, the heart of our shared struggle, a lament rising against the tide of despair. And so we stood, poised on the brink of the inevitable, ready to confront the haunting echoes of our past, knowing that the darkness would not let us go easily. The night was alive, and with it, the shadows sang, a haunting melody that promised both destruction and redemption. The air crackled like a taut string, vibrating with unspoken dread. Orpheus stood at the precipice of the underworld, where shadows curled like smoke, clinging to the edges of his resolve. He could feel them, the whispers, echoing memories of laughter and warmth, now reduced to a haunting refrain that gnawed at his soul. Eurydice! Just her name sent a tremor through him, a reminder that love could twist into something grotesque, something ravenous. "Don't look back," they had said. Not ever. But how could he not? She was a ghost, a spectre of his life, her essence woven into the very fabric of his being. He could almost hear her laughter, a sound that shattered the silence, shattering him in the process. He clutched his lyre, fingers trembling against the strings, broken, like his spirit. The instrument felt foreign in his hands, a relic of a man who once felt invincible, who believed he could charm the very stones from the earth. Orpheus, her voice wafted through the stifling darkness, shadowy and intimate. "You're still here." A part of him wanted to scream, to rip apart the thick veil of dread hanging over them, yet the other half, the one wrapped in grief, longed to let the moment stretch, to capture it like a firefly in a glass jar. But jars suffocate, and fireflies fade. He turned, heart pounding, breath catching like a stone in his throat. Eurydice emerged from the mist, the ethereal light of her being flickering like a candle in the suffocating dark. Her eyes, once bright, now seemed lost, flickering with a dim memory of the world above, a world where he had loved her fiercely, madly. "Why do you hesitate?" she murmured, her voice a silken caress, yet laced with an urgency that made his insides twist. "I can't lose you again," he choked out, the words raw and jagged. The weight of inevitability crushed him. Not after everything. He had faced gods and monsters, but this? This was the true torment, her absence, her whispers felt more torturous than any foe. "Do you think I want to be here?" Her words dripped with despair, her form rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. "You think this is salvation? We're trapped here, Orpheus." I'm a shadow of who I was. She reached out, fingers brushing his skin like a breath of wind, and he felt the rush of her presence, warm yet fleeting. He wanted to drown in her touch, to absorb her essence, but the clock of fate ticked mercilessly. Every beat echoed like a war drum, reminding him of the time he had squandered, time spent in lament while she faded, slipped further into the abyss. "Let's go," he urged, his voice cracking, desperation spilling over. "It's not too late." Her laughter was a haunting melody, a twisted echo. "You think it's that easy? That you can just pluck me from this place like a flower?" The shadows thickened around her, swirling with cruel intent. "I'm bound to this realm now, Orpheus. I'm part of it. I can't return without sacrificing everything." "Everything," he echoed, disbelief seeping into his bones. What more could they take? He felt the heat of rage and regret simmering within, clashing like two forces in a tempest. "You've already lost your life. What's left to give?" "Me," she said softly, her voice slicing through the storm. "I am what they want. I am the mourning of a god, Orpheus. Don't you see? Your love pulled me here, and now it will cost you." The truth stung like bitter wine, seeping through the cracks of his heart. A flash of anger coursed through him. This was not how it was supposed to end. He had defied the very fabric of existence for her, had sung his way through the gates of the dead. "I refuse to give up." The declaration burst from him, fierce and unyielding. Yet, as the words left his lips, a silence fell, heavy and suffocating. "You don't understand," she whispered, tears glimmering like stars in the void. "Love doesn't conquer all. It can bind us tighter than the chains we wear." The shadows around her trembled, as if they were alive, thrumming with a power that pulsed through the air. "You think I want to haunt you? To linger like a dust mote in the sunlight?" And then there was her, the Furies, lurking just beyond, eyes glistening with an unholy hunger. They were the specters of vengeance, the architects of his despair, waiting, always waiting. He could feel their breath on the back of his neck, cold and unyielding. They thrived in grief, relished the anguish that spilled from his heart. Their whispers were promises of pain, seeping into the very marrow of his bones. "Do you know what it's like to be trapped between worlds?" she asked, and in that moment, he saw the cracks, the fractures in her smile, the tremor in her voice. She was not a beacon of hope, but a mirror reflecting his own despair. "I am lost, Orpheus. We are both lost. I remember," he began, his voice shaking like the strings of his lyre. "I remember the first time you smiled at me. It was like the dawn breaking through the night, everything shifted." His heart raced, a wild stallion galloping into the unknown. "I remember the warmth of your hand in mine, the way your laughter filled the silence, the memories flooded his mind, relentless and overwhelming, a river of longing." He could see her, vivid and alive, trapped within the confines of despair and doubt, a bittersweet reminder of what he once had. Don't you dare." Tears spilled unbidden down his cheeks, hot against the chill. I can't let go." The Furies cackled, their laughter shrill and merciless, carving deeper wounds into his heart. His resolve began to splinter, and he reached for her, as if to pull her back from the edge of the void. But she was already slipping, the shadows curling around her like a shroud. The truth loomed large, dark and oppressive, a specter of its own. Love was a cruel game, one that forced players to sacrifice pieces of themselves until nothing remained. "And if you turn away, what then?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, yet it reverberated through him like a thunderclap. "What then, Orpheus?" In that agonizing moment, he felt the weight of time collapse, the cosmos contracting and expanding around them. Everything hung in the balance, their love, their lives, their very souls, suspended in the tension of unyielding fate. "I will never stop fighting," he declared, his heart a war drum echoing in the silence. The shadows writhed, the Furies screeching their discontent, but he stood firm, a lighthouse against the storm. "Not for you. Not for us." Eurydice's gaze bore into him, piercing and filled with a sorrow he could scarcely comprehend. "Then fight," she said, and in that simple command, he could feel the universe quaking, destiny itself holding its breath. They stood at the edge of something vast and terrifying, the abyss before them a whisper of eternity, a reminder that the night was long, and they were but flickers against the dark. But even in that darkness, the unquenchable fire of love burned bright, an ember refusing to die. So he reached out, whispering a promise to the shadows, to the furies lurking just beyond their reach. "I will find you again," he vowed, the words like a thread weaving through the fabric of fate. The storm raged, the echoes of the past and future colliding in a cacophony of emotion, but he stood firm, unwavering. And as the clock ticked on, they stared into the void, knowing that this was not the end but an eternal beginning, a cycle of love and loss repeating, always whispering, always mourning. The night was a shroud, thick as ink, swallowing the remnants of daylight in its maw. The trees stood like sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky, the wind howling through the leaves, a mournful echo of what was to come. In the heart of the forest, I felt the tremor beneath my feet, a pulse that matched my racing heart. Fear gripped me like a vice, the kind that promises to squeeze until all breath is stolen. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, whispering secrets of despair, secrets that clawed at my throat. I was not alone. Beside me stood Lila, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. She clutched her guitar, knuckles white, as if it were a lifeline in the tempest of her mind. "What if it doesn't work?" she whispered, a tremor in her voice that pulled at my heart. I could see the ghosts of doubt flickering behind her gaze, a haunting reflection of her past failures, of a performance that had spiraled into chaos. "Orpheus didn't give up," I said, the words tumbling out before I fully grasped their weight. "He sang until the stones moved, until the dead listened. We were caught in a desperate spiral, a lifetime of dreams and regrets crashing together like waves against a crumbling cliff." The guitar felt alive in her hands, the wood warm and familiar, but it trembled like she did. She had poured years into that instrument, each strum a piece of her soul laid bare, but tonight was different. The stakes were higher, the mountains looming before us a testament to the challenge we embraced. They seemed to breathe with the pulse of the earth, waiting for a song to awaken them from their slumber. "Do you believe in magic?" I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. I didn't know if I believed. I was clinging to the idea that maybe, just maybe, we could summon something greater than ourselves. The night crackled with potential, but it also echoed doubt, the haunting reminder of our failures. "I want to," she said, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her longing, the ache of a heart battered yet hopeful. The ghosts of her past lingered, the lost notes, the missed chords, the audience that had turned away. They were shadows that refused to release their grip, and I knew that each strum would not only be a melody but a confrontation with those phantoms. Then there was Jonah, lurking in the shadows, the restless spirit of our trio. He promised to bring us the heat of the sun, but all I felt was the chill of his absence. His voice had a way of igniting a fire in the hearts of the people, and yet, here he was, a wisp of smoke. "He'll come," I told Lila, though my own heart trembled with uncertainty. The weight of hope was almost unbearable, yet I wore it like armor. The clock in the town square chimed, each toll a dagger that pierced the silence, a reminder that time was slipping away. I remember thinking of Orpheus, how he had danced on the edge of despair to rescue Eurydice. I remembered the stories, the passion, and the ache of unfulfilled love. I felt the gravity of our task pulling us down into the depths of our fears. "Do you think we can really move mountains?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper, tangled up in doubt and desperation. "Do you think the world will listen?" I couldn't answer. Instead, I felt the night wrap tighter around us, the trees leaning in, eavesdropping on our whispered hopes. Would the very mountains respond? Would they shake off their slumber and listen to our song? A rustle in the underbrush sent a shiver down my spine. My heart raced, and I turned, half expecting to see a ghost emerge from the shadows. Instead, it was only the wind, but it felt like a warning, a reminder that we were not alone in this dark patch of the world. "Let's start without him," I urged, the idea almost absurd, yet there was a fierce urgency in my voice. "We can't wait for him forever." Lila's fingers danced over the strings, a hesitant caress, and I felt the vibrations in my chest, each note a heartbeat shared. I closed my eyes, opened my soul, and let the music wash over me, a tempest of emotions crashing against the jagged cliffs of our fears. The air thickened, heavy with unshed tears and longing, a symphony of ghosts. With each chord, each note, I felt the mountains tremor, as if they were awakening from a long sleep, roused by the sound of our desperation. I could almost see them shift, the shadows fading into something luminous, something alive. I remembered the stories again, the tales of love and loss, the whispers of gods and monsters, all entwined in a delicate dance. But then, just as the melody soared, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy and uncertain, cutting through the night. Jonah had returned, a silhouette against the trees, and I felt a surge of hope, mingled with fear. What would he bring with him? Would he carry the weight of the world, or would he be yet another shadow haunting our hearts? "Sorry I'm late," he said, breathless, as if he had sprinted from another life. But before he could finish, Lila's voice broke free, a cry that echoed through the night. "You're here now. That's all that matters." The three of us stood together, trembling in the stillness, the air electric with unspoken dreams. In that moment, we were Orpheus, the world pulsing with the promise of transformation, the mountains shifting beneath the weight of our song. The night held its breath, and so did I, as we prepared to unleash everything we had, our hearts, our wounds, our voices, our stories, into the void. And as we let go, the ghosts of the past swirled around us, lighter now, joining our melody, weaving a tapestry of sound that reached to the very stars. The mountains stirred, and for a heartbeat, I felt the universe listen. The night was an ocean, dark and unfathomable, swallowing the faint light of the city like despair consumes hope. A single note from a lyre broke the silence, hanging in the air like a ghost, and I felt it vibrate through my bones, awakening something long buried. I stood there, the cold stone of the alley pressing against my back, heart racing, blood thrumming through my veins like a war drum. I caught glimpses of shadows moving, frantic whispers brushing past me like falling leaves, and I knew I wasn't alone. Myra was crouched a few feet away, her breath shallow, eyes wide and glazed with fear. She was always the brave one, the one who dared to dance with the unknown, but tonight she trembled, her hands twisting the fabric of her cloak like a prayer. "What will happen to us?" she whispered, voice cracking. "If they find us, the followers of the lyre." A name that sent chills racing down my spine, a name that had become a ghost in the back of my mind, haunting every thought. I swallowed hard, trying to form words, but the weight of my own fears held them prisoner. "They won't find us," I managed to say, though my heart questioned my resolve. This was a lie born of desperation, a flickering flame in a tempest. As if answering my unspoken dread, the lyre's notes turned mournful, echoing off the damp walls. It felt alive, beckoning, and I could almost see the souls trapped within the strings, lost, yearning, dangerous. I thought of Arlen, my brother, and how he had been drawn in, bewitched by the music, the promises of transcendence. I remembered his laughter like silver bells, a sound now turned to ash in my memory. The cult had taken him, lured him into their hypnotic embrace, and left me clutching nothing but shadows. "Tell me about the night he left," Myra urged, breaking through the fog of my memories. Her voice was steady, a lifeline, but I could see the pain flickering behind her eyes. She felt the loss too. I remember the way he looked at you, like you had all the light in the world," she said, voice trembling with emotion. I felt a surge of warmth, a fleeting comfort before the icy grip of reality returned. "He was searching for something," I murmured, words spilling forth unbidden. "He thought he could find it in their songs, in their rituals. But he was wrong. They don't heal, they consume." Myra's fingers brushed against mine, a small act of defiance against the darkness that encroached. It was a reminder that we were alive, that the music hadn't claimed us yet. But the lyre's call grew louder, a siren song weaving through the alley, wrapping around us like a noose. I could feel it tugging at my heart. What if we joined them? What if the ecstasy of their world offered a balm for our wounds? No. I shook my head violently, as if the motion could dispel the thoughts. We can't lose ourselves like he did. The memory of Arlen's eyes, once bright and full of possibilities, now haunted by shadows, flashed before me. I felt a wave of anger crash over me, anger at the cult, at myself, at the world that had led him astray. "Myra," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to leave this place. We have to find him before it's too late." But as the words left my mouth, doubt seeped in, an insidious whisper that coiled around my thoughts. What if we were too late? What if the music had already taken him, body and soul? And then, the shadows shifted, and they were there, figures cloaked in darkness, moving with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. The followers of the lyre had come. I could see the glint of their instruments, the lyres cradled like children, and I felt my breath hitch in my throat. "Myra," I whispered, panic surging through me. "Run!" But in the instant that I turned to grab her hand, the figures moved, closing in with a purpose that chilled me to my core. The leader stepped forward, his face obscured by a hood, but his voice cut through the air, sharp and melodic. "You seek what is lost," he sang, each word dripping with allure. "Join us. Become one with the music." I could feel the lyre's notes wrapping around my mind, teasing, tempting. The air thickened with unearthly energy, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of something vast, a chasm that threatened to swallow me whole. "No!" I cried out, the sound bursting from me like a wounded animal, breaking the enchantment. Myra's grip tightened around my wrist, pulling me back from the brink, grounding me in the reality of our shared fear. "We have to go, now." She yanked me forward, and we stumbled into the night, hearts pounding in sync, fueled by primal instinct. Behind us, the cultists sang, a haunting melody that echoed off the alley walls. It was a symphony of longing and despair, laced with shadows that felt alive, writhing and clawing at our backs. I could hear it calling me, a siren's call promising solace, release, oblivion. But with every step we took, the music faded, leaving behind only the weight of our breaths and the urgency of our escape. Desperation ignited within me as I glanced at Myra, eyes wide and filled with unspoken fear. What if they find us? I gasped, my voice barely a whisper against the cacophony of the night. But even as I spoke, I felt the truth. Their voices would stalk us, their melodies would haunt our dreams. "Then we keep running," she replied fiercely, and I saw the fire in her eyes, the same fire Arlen used to carry. "We fight for him. We fight for ourselves." And as we plunged deeper into the darkness of the city, I felt a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of my chest. The lyre's haunting melody no longer held sway. Instead, in the grip of fear, I discovered something fierce and primal, a will to survive, to resist. We were still alive. We still had each other. We would face whatever lay ahead, even if it meant standing against the cult, even if it meant confronting the very music that had called to us. And so we ran, hearts pounding, bodies aching, deeper into the embrace of the night, into the unknowable shadows that whispered promises of both danger and salvation. The lyre's song echoed behind us, but now it felt like a distant memory, an echo of a life that could be reclaimed. We were the echoes of lost souls, thrumming with life, and we would not be silenced. The moon hung in the sky like a silvery tear, casting its haunting glow over the ruins of a theater, the air thick with the echoes of voices long silenced. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, transfixed by the dark enchantment of the night. Shadows played tricks on the stone, whispering memories of melodies that once soared high, of tragedies that bled into laughter and sorrow. It was here, in this cradle of poetry and song, that I felt the pulse of Orpheus, the weight of his legacy pressing down upon me. I remember the first time I heard his music. It curled around my heart like smoke, intoxicating and sweet, a lullaby and a battle cry all at once. It was as if the very fibers of my being were woven into those notes. But that night, the night of reckoning, it was just me, a fleeting spectre of joy beneath the oppressive sky, facing the ache of what was lost. In the center of the desolate stage stood Lysandra, her eyes shimmering with defiance, the strings of her lyre trembling between her fingers. She was a tempest, a wild force of nature. Her voice, oh, her voice, cut through the darkness, resonating with a rawness that made the air crackle. "Listen," she implored, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of something monumental, something fragile. Yet, within her fervor lay a fear, a desperate longing for something she could never reclaim, a love snatched away by shadows from the underworld. Orpheus's tale mirrored her own, and the shadows were closing in. But it wasn't just Lysandra, there was also Callias, the poet, whose words spilled onto the page like blood from a wound. He leaned against the crumbling stone, the weight of his own heartache pressing heavily upon him. He was a man of many faces, yet each mask betrayed him. Every sonnet he crafted was a cry for the lost, a desperate clawing at the fabric of fate. The ghosts of his past danced like vapor around him, a haunting melody of regrets and what ifs that mingled with Lysandra's music. I remember the night you left, his voice trembled, a mere whisper lost in the rustling leaves. The stars were mocking me, or perhaps they were mourning with me. His words were both fragile and fierce, a storm trapped within his chest. They were the unraveling of a heart too burdened by the weight of unspoken love, of promises made and broken in the twilight. The air shimmered, thick with tension as Lysandra's song swelled, wrapping around Callias like a shroud. The lyrics soared, each note a plea, a challenge to the very gods that played puppeteers to their fates. "Can you hear it?" she cried out, a desperate gasp against the silence, a challenge to the universe itself. The music of the spheres, the call of the lost. It thundered in the air, electric and alive, and for a moment, the specters of their pasts faded, leaving only the raw, pulsing present. But the cosmos was unyielding, and fate is a cruel mistress. Within the shadows lurked the specter of despair, a reminder that love is often a fleeting ember, flickering against the relentless tide of time. I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, the weight of the moment threatening to crush. "You can't bring him back," whispered a voice from the darkness, a serpent's hiss that wrapped around my spine. "You can't challenge death." The chilling realization stabbed deep into my core. How many hearts had Orpheus tried to save? How many souls had he chased into the abyss? Each failed attempt etched deeper scars into the fabric of existence, a reminder that love is often a cruel thief, taking and taking until there's nothing left. But still, Lysandra sang, her voice rising above the cacophony of doubt. "I will not drown in sorrow," she declared, her spirit a beacon against the encroaching shadows. "I will sing until the stones weep with me, until the earth shakes with my grief." There was fury in her heart, fire that could ignite worlds. And yet, beneath that fierce exterior lay a vulnerability, a truth she was reluctant to face. For even the strongest of souls can shatter under the weight of loss. Callias stepped forward, his heart a wild drum, each beat echoing with uncertainty. "And if you fail?" he asked, his voice breaking, raw and jagged against the smoothness of her resolve. "What if the shadow behind you is deeper than you ever imagined?" In that moment, the world around us blurred, time suspended in a fragile thread. The sky pulsed, a heartbeat, a breath. The past folded in on itself, and memories flickered like dying stars. I could almost see them, Lysandra and Callias, long lost in their own spirals of despair, clinging to the remnants of hope. Their connection was electric, yet so deeply flawed, strung together by the longing for something unattainable. The air thickened with tension, and then, an explosion, a shattering of silence. The earth trembled as if responding to their cries, a visceral reminder of the stakes at hand. I held my breath, the weight of history pressing down, the legacy of Orpheus intertwining with their fates. I remember the moment everything crystallized, the realization that music, poetry, love, these were the fragile threads that held us together, even in the face of inevitable loss. We are all figures in a tragic play, seeking salvation in the very things that can destroy us. And just then, as if orchestrated by the gods themselves, the shadows shifted, a silhouette emerging from the dark. It was a figure cloaked in grief, carrying the weight of worlds. The air crackled with anticipation, and in that heartbeat, I knew this was not the end, merely a new beginning, another act in the age-old tale of longing and despair. The confrontation was imminent, the music building, each note a pulse, the very essence of life itself. It beckoned, it called, and we were powerless to resist. As the final notes floated into the night, I understood, this was the legacy of Orpheus. Not merely a tale of triumph or despair, but a haunting reminder of our shared humanity, of the music that binds us even when everything else fades away. And so, beneath that watchful moon, with the world caught in its breathless anticipation, I felt the tide shift once more. The silence was thick, tangible, a suffocating shroud that wrapped around Orpheus like a suffocating blanket. He stood at the edge of the world, a solitary figure against the backdrop of a sun that dared not rise. Shadows crawled across the ground, whispering secrets of loss, urging him forward, deeper into the abyss. Somewhere far behind him lay Eurydice, her memory a haunting echo that pierced the fabric of his being, a mournful note in a symphony of despair. "I remember," he whispered, though the words tasted bitter, like ashes on his tongue. "I remember her laughter, warm and bright, like sunlight breaking through the darkest storm." Each syllable felt like a stone, heavy and unyielding, dragging him back to the moment when the earth swallowed her whole, a cruel joke spun by fate, a reminder that joy is but a flicker in the relentless march of time. He took a step, then another, into the shadows that coiled around him, wrapping tighter, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The air was thick with despair, a chilling reminder that love, even the most radiant, could turn into a weapon. It could cut deeper than any sword, leaving a gaping wound that festered in the heart. He was both the hero and the fool, a man chasing a dream that danced just out of reach. "Orpheus," a voice echoed, smooth as silk yet laced with an edge that could slice through steel. "What is it you seek? Do you dare challenge the gods?" The air shimmered, and there stood a figure cloaked in shadows, Charon, the ferryman of the dead, his eyes glinting like polished obsidian. The river of the underworld flowed at his feet, dark and restless, mirroring Orpheus's own turbulent heart. "I seek only what was taken from me," Orpheus breathed, the words clawing their way up his throat. "Eurydice, my love." Charon's laughter was a low rumble, echoing through the dark. "And what do you think awaits you? You tread a treacherous path, singer of the lost. The dead do not play games lightly." There was a pause, a heartbeat caught in time. "What makes you so special? What can your music do against the weight of despair?" A shudder ran through Orpheus's spine, memories flooding back, Eurydice's smile, the way she danced through life, her spirit untamed. Each note he had played for her resonated in his chest, a symphony of love that had once filled the world with warmth. "I will make them listen," he vowed, the words spilling from him like blood from an open wound. "I will make them feel what I feel." And there she was, a shimmering ghost caught between worlds, drifting like a forgotten dream. Eurydice's eyes held a depth that swallowed the light, a bittersweet ache that made his heart twist. "Orpheus," she whispered, her voice like a fragile breeze, "what have you done? You cannot bring me back without consequence." The weight of her absence pressed down on him, and he reached for her, fingers brushing against the cold air. "I cannot lose you again. I came for you. I will fight for you." But the shadows around them shifted, and there was another presence, lurking, watching, Hades, god of the underworld, his gaze burning like a funeral pyre. "Foolish mortal," he rasped, the ground trembling beneath him. "Do you think your music can charm me? I have seen the hearts of men, and I know the depths of their darkness. You seek to defy the natural order." Orpheus met Hades's gaze, unwavering. "I seek only to reclaim what is mine." Music can move mountains, stir souls, and even coax tears from the hardest of hearts. A flicker of interest danced in Hades's eyes, the tiniest crack in his icy demeanor. "You may sing, then. But know this, turn back and she will remain lost forever. Advance, and you must not look back until you reach the light." "Why do you test me?" Orpheus cried, his voice rising, trembling with desperation. "Is love not worth the risk? Is it not the greatest force of all?" A smirk played on Hades's lips as he stepped aside, allowing Orpheus passage. "Love is but a fleeting flame, a flicker in the vastness of time. But go on, tread your path. Sing your song, and let us see if it can indeed break the chains of fate." As Orpheus stepped into the depths, the darkness closed around him, a living entity that pulsed with dread. Each note he played echoed against the walls of despair, reverberating back like a haunting memory, slow and panicked. The shadows writhed, and he felt them tugging at his heart, whispering doubts that curled around his resolve. But he remembered Eurydice, her eyes alight with laughter, her spirit a beacon against the night. "I remember," he sang, his voice rising above the cacophony, a desperate prayer that clawed at the fabric of the void. I remember the warmth of her embrace, the way she made the world feel alive. The music poured forth, raw and unfiltered, a reflection of his soul laid bare for the gods and the damned to witness. With every strum, the darkness trembled, and for a moment, he felt the chains of despair weaken, felt the weight of sorrow lift. The air crackled, filled with a strange tension, a fragile thread connecting the mortal and the divine. But as he neared the light, he felt it, the insidious whisper at the back of his mind, urging him to turn, to look back. Eurydice, he breathed, the word a spell, a promise, a curse. The moment hung in the air, filled with a heavy expectancy, and his heart raced, echoing the ticking clock of fate. But all he could do was move forward, deeper into the light, the shadows clawing at his heels like specters of the past, each note a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of love lost and the fragility of hope. Would it be enough? And as he pushed through the veil, there was a choice looming, an end, or an eternity unfulfilled. Each breath, each sorrow, each heartbeat resonated in the darkness, waiting for the moment to culminate in either triumph or tragedy. The world held its breath, suspended in the balance of love and loss, as time twisted, wrapped in the embrace of ghosts and echoes, leaving only the promise of what lay ahead, a confrontation with fate that would leave them all forever changed. Each breath hangs heavy in the air, like smoke swirling through the shadows of a forgotten gallery. The light flickers, casting eerie silhouettes across the walls, where the echoes of lost love resonate in every chiseled line and brushstroke. I stand there, heart pounding, caught between the weight of eternity and the fleeting nature of existence. This is the moment when art breathes life into the spectral figure of Orpheus, pulling me into a world where beauty and despair collide. I remember the whisper of the wind, slicing through the night as if to carry secrets from the underworld, secrets that claw at the edges of my mind. Orpheus, the god of song, his lyre cradled like a child in his arms, beckoning me closer. The tension grows with each heartbeat, as two figures emerge from the dark tapestry of my thoughts. Eurydice, a radiant soul trapped between realms, and Hermes, the sly messenger, draped in shadows, his eyes glinting with mischief and sorrow. They represent paths untaken, choices made, and the haunting cries of love lost. Eurydice stands at the edge of my consciousness, her beauty both a balm and a dagger. I remember the way her laughter used to fill the empty corners of my heart, and now it echoes like a ghost in the gallery, a haunting melody that refuses to fade. She dances in the spaces between light and dark, her essence shimmering, yet always just out of reach. I can feel her longing, an ache that strikes like lightning. Lost in the underworld, she waits, her fate intertwined with Orpheus's haunting refrain, a melody that promises salvation yet threatens despair. Then there is Hermes, a trickster with a heart, standing just behind me. His smile is a riddle, playful yet filled with the weight of knowledge. He holds the keys to the underworld, a bridge between realms, yet he never offers them freely. I feel his presence like a shadow at my back, a reminder of choices I cannot fully grasp. He is the whisper in my ear, teasing me with the significance of each brushstroke in the paintings that surround us, the sculptures echoing the tragic tale of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus, I murmur, his name barely escaping my lips, as if uttering it will summon his spirit from the depths. I glance at a sculpture, marble perfection capturing his sorrowful expression, the tension of his struggle palpable in the cold stone. The artist has chiseled his pain into every vein, every furrowed brow. I am mesmerized, the contours of his face reflecting my own inner turmoil, an artist struggling to find meaning in a world that feels increasingly chaotic. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of art beneath my fingertips, a canvas stained with the desperation of longing, colors bleeding into one another, much like the way my heart bleeds for lost moments. I see the brushwork, each stroke a plea for connection, a cry that reverberates through time. It is here, in this sacred space, that Orpheus's story resonates with mine, a tale of love's fragility, of the haunting pull of the past. The walls of the gallery close in, the silence thick, laden with anticipation. I feel the pressure of time, the tick-tock of an unseen clock, reminding me that every second counts. I am drawn to the blend of light and shadow, where Orpheus's journey unfolds, a descent into darkness, a desperate attempt to reclaim what was lost. The tension mounts, thickening the air, as I near the climax of this emotional tempest. I remember my own loss, a memory that surges like a tidal wave. The day she slipped away, the world dulled into shades of grey, her laughter a distant echo, a haunting reminder of all that could have been. I see Orpheus standing at the threshold of the underworld, his heart torn between the light of life and the shadows that beckon from below. In that moment, I am him, lost, desperate, clinging to the hope that love can conquer even the darkest of realms. The sculptures around me shift in the dim light, each figure frozen in a moment of agony or ecstasy. I feel the intensity of their stories, the collective sorrow of lovers separated by fate or circumstance. I am surrounded by the weight of time, an unbearable reminder that all things must end, yet art immortalizes them, breathing life into their struggles. As Orpheus plays, the haunting melody envelops me, wrapping around my heart like ivy, choking yet beautiful. I hear the whispers of the past, the cries of those who have loved deeply, who have dared to descend into the darkness for the sake of love. I feel Eurydice's presence, her spirit wrapped in a shroud of longing, her fingers brushing against my cheek like a fleeting memory. I am trapped in this emotional labyrinth, every heartbeat a reminder of the delicate thread that holds us together. Hermes stands aloof, an enigmatic figure who embodies both jest and gravity. He watches, knowing the stakes of the game. His laughter dances like echoes in the gallery, taunting me, reminding me that bliss is fleeting, and the choices we make are often riddled with consequences. "Will you follow, Orpheus?" he seems to say, as if daring me to question my own resolve. Moments stretch into an eternity, and as I confront the raw emotion swirling around me, I realize there is no easy resolution here. Just as Orpheus's tale is a tapestry of joy and despair, so too is my own experience, a dichotomy of love and loss woven into the fabric of existence. The paintings whisper, the sculptures breathe, and I stand at the intersection of their stories, caught in the echoing refrain of a love that transcends even the darkest depths of the underworld. With every step, I am pulled deeper into this visceral confrontation of art and emotion. The shadows close in, but I refuse to retreat. The gallery becomes my sanctuary, a cathedral of heartache, where Orpheus's song reverberates through time, a beacon of hope amidst despair. I remember the beauty of creation, the inexplicable connection that binds us all, artists, lovers, dreamers. As I inch toward the climax of this journey, the tension hangs in the air. Orpheus stands poised, ready to reclaim what he has lost, yet the specter of doubt looms large. Will he turn back? Will he lose her forever? I hold my breath, heart racing, knowing that this is where the enormity of his choices collides with the fragility of his love. The air thickens with suspense, and I am left dangling on the precipice of revelation, the cosmic clock ticking down. Each heartbeat echoes in the silence, a reminder that art, like life, cannot be controlled. It is a wild, unpredictable force, a tempest that swirls through time and space, leaving remnants of beauty etched into the very fabric of our souls. This is where it all converges, the impact of art, the pain of desire, and the haunting legacy of Orpheus. The whispers of the past intertwine with the present, creating a tapestry of emotion that thunders through the gallery, demanding to be felt, to be understood. The journey of Orpheus is not just his, it is ours, a reflection of our deepest fears and desires, a reminder that love knows no bounds, and in the end, the echoes of our stories will always resonate, forever impacting the art we leave behind. The clock struck midnight, its hollow chime piercing the thick fog of a moonlit night, reverberating through the empty streets like a heartbeat that belonged to no living soul. I stood there, drenched in shadows, frozen in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. The air tasted of damp earth and desperation as I watched her silhouette fading, Eurydice, the ghostly figure of my heart's deepest longing, slipping away like mist, leaving behind only echoes of laughter and sorrow. My chest tightened, a vice of raw emotion, as I reached out, desperate, knowing I could not touch the specter of what was lost. In that fractured instant, I was Orpheus, bound by love and loss, a poet cursed to walk the thin line between the living and the dead. Every breath I drew was laced with the weight of the underworld, a dark symphony of fears and regrets. I remember the day she first smiled at me, how the sunlight had danced in her hair, how warmth enveloped my heart like a long-lost lover. But now, the sun had set, and I was left with shadows that wrapped around me like chains, tight and unyielding. "Eurydice!" I called, my voice cracking as if shattering glass. Each syllable felt like a dagger, slicing through the stillness, yet the darkness swallowed my cries. The forest whispered her name back to me, a cruel echo, a spectral taunt. I could see the trees standing tall, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands, as if they too mourned her loss. Once, they were witnesses to our love, now they bore witness to my despair. Then there was Hermes, the messenger of the gods, who lurked in the periphery of my grief. He navigated the boundary between my world and hers, his eyes glinting with mischief and sympathy. "You can't cross, Orpheus," he said, voice smooth like honey. "You know the rules." But what were rules to a heart that felt the abyss calling out its siren song? The anguish within me swirled violently, it felt like a tempest, raging against the very idea of loss. I remembered her laughter, the way it wrapped around me like a warm cloak, shielding me from the world's harshness. Now, it echoed, a haunting melody that cut deeper than any blade. "Love is not a prisoner of rules," I spat back, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "It defies time, transcends death itself. I will bring her back." I could feel the burning in my chest, a stubborn flame refusing to die. Yet, how naive I was, every beat of my heart screamed against the impossible. Eurydice was gone. She was a flicker of memory, a fleeting dream. And yet, I imagined her smile, the curve of her lips, igniting a hope that danced dangerously close to madness. The stars above shimmered like scattered diamonds, indifferent to my plight. "You seek to change fate, Orpheus." Hermes smirked, sharp and knowing. "What will you offer? Your soul? Your sanity?" I laughed, a sound that felt foreign and hollow. "What would I not give? I would barter with the cosmos itself if it meant I could cradle her in my arms once more." As I wandered deeper into the shadows, the landscape twisted and morphed, transforming into a labyrinth of memories, each corner revealing a fragment of our time together, a snapshot of heartache and bliss. A garden of flowers emerged, vibrant and alive, the scent intoxicating. I could hear her voice, sweet and soft, whispering among the petals. "Orpheus, don't chase the darkness." But how could I not? It was my only path, a desperation that drove me deeper into the night. Yet lurking behind every flower was the specter of despair, a reminder of what I had lost. I stumbled into a clearing, where the air grew thick with tension, and shadows gathered like mourners. There, in the center, a figure stood, Eurydice, her features blurred like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of hope and dread. I reached for her, but the air crackled, a barrier of sorrow that pushed me back. "Do you love me?" she asked, her voice a haunting echo that sent chills down my spine. "Do I love you?" The question hung heavy in the air, a weight that threatened to crush me. I remember, each syllable a plea, a promise. I was a fool, a desperate lover, clutching at the remnants of a dream that slipped through my fingers like sand. An ominous wind howled, carrying with it the specters of those who had long since forgotten warmth and light. I could see them, the lost souls wandering in search of solace, their eyes hollow, their hearts encased in darkness. They whispered to me, their voices a chilling breeze, warning me of the fate that awaited if I dared to look back. "You will lose her forever," they sang, a haunting chorus that echoed through the hollow of my chest. And still, I turned, drawn to her ghostly form, every fiber of my being igniting with a fierce resolve. "Stay with me," I cried out, my voice raw, tears slipping down my cheeks like raindrops on a withered flower. "I won't let you go. I will fight for you." The shadows around me twisted and writhed, and in that moment, I realized love was a perilous dance, teetering on the brink between the realms of the living and the dead. The ground trembled beneath me, the world shifting, as if the fabric of reality itself conspired against my heart. I could feel the pull of the underworld, an insatiable vortex drawing me closer to the edge of despair. "Orpheus!" Eurydice's voice cracked through the chaos, urgent and fierce. "What have you done?" In that moment, I felt the weight of my choice, a shattering realization that love could tear the very fabric of existence apart. I stood poised between two worlds, an emblem of hope and despair, Eurydice, a beacon of light flickering in the dark, and the abyss, a gaping maw waiting to swallow me whole. The universe held its breath, waiting to see if love would conquer all or if it would lay waste to everything I held dear. Orpheus, turn back. The shadows curled around her, threatening to pull her into the depths. I hesitated, caught between the tender warmth of her touch and the icy fingers of fate. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by my racing heart, echoing against the impending darkness. In that split second, I understood love was both a gift and a curse, an endless cycle of longing, loss, and the haunting knowledge that sometimes, even the most fervent desires can lead one to ruin. And as the darkness threatened to consume us both, I felt the world blur, time fracturing under the weight of my decision. Every heartbeat echoed through the night, every breath a prayer, as I held on to the hope that love could transcend it all. But in the depths of my soul, I feared what awaited us on the other side. I feared that love, like a beautiful melody, could shatter into silence, leaving only the bitter taste of regret. In that moment, as shadows danced around us, I knew that our story was not just about life and death but about the haunting beauty of love, so powerful, so fragile, it could ignite the universe or plunge it into darkness. And as I reached out, the air crackled with tension, and the boundary between realms wavered. I understood this was only the beginning, a haunting echo of what was to come. The rain fell like whispers, thin and frantic, tapping against the window panes, as if the sky was weeping for lost dreams. Inside, the room pulsed with the heavy scent of damp earth and forgotten love, shadows pressing in from every corner, thick and suffocating. I stood at the center of it all, heart thundering, a fragile bird caught in a storm, and I could hear him, the sound of footsteps, urgent and uneven, echoing through the hall. My breath caught in my throat. He was coming. Emma! His voice sliced through the air, raw and desperate. It was a call that ignited a fire within me, one that I had thought faded to embers. I could see him, silhouetted against the doorframe, drenched and wild-eyed, a vision of chaos wrapped in sorrow. His name was Samuel, and he was everything I both craved and feared, a tempest of emotions that I could never quite tame. I wanted to run to him, to tear down the walls that we had so painstakingly built, but the aching memory of our last encounter held me back, a ghost whispering warnings in my ear. I remember, I whispered, more to myself than to him. I remember when love felt like sunlight, warm and golden, not this cold, relentless rain. He stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind him like a finality I dared not acknowledge. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the weight of our unspoken words pressing down on us, a palpable thing hovering between our chests. Samuel's eyes, those molten depths of longing and pain, bore into me, searching for something I was afraid to reveal. Why did you leave? His voice trembled, a fragile thread that threatened to unravel everything. I thought I could see the flicker of hope flickering in his gaze, a tiny flame fighting against the encroaching dark. But hope and heartbreak are entwined, like lovers destined to betray each other, and I couldn't allow myself to succumb again. Not after everything, not after the way he had shattered my heart, scattering the pieces like leaves in the wind. I had to, I replied, each word a stone dropped into a still pond, creating ripples of regret. You didn't understand. It was too much. Behind him, the clock ticked, a relentless reminder of the time we had lost, hours folding into days, days into memories. Each tick felt like a countdown, as if the universe were holding its breath, waiting for our next move. I could feel the weight of the moments between us, heavy and full, as if they had become a living entity, hungry for resolution. Too much. He stepped forward, and I flinched, the air thickening with the electric charge of our past. You said love is supposed to be freeing, Emma. But you ran. You ran from me. From us. His words struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the dark corners of my mind. I wanted to scream, to tell him how love had twisted into a noose, a beautiful chain that bound me while promising the freedom I craved. I was a moth drawn to his flame, knowing all too well the danger, yet unable to resist the pull. I was scared. I shouted, the revelation tearing from my lips like an unchained beast. The walls shuddered under the weight of my truth. Have you ever felt so utterly lost in someone else's darkness that it consumed you? I was drowning, Samuel. Drowning in love, in longing, in the ghosts of who we could have been. He paused, the breath hitching in his throat. I could see the flicker of understanding, the flash of recognition in his eyes. His vulnerability, raw and unguarded, was mesmerizing, a reflection of my own fractured soul. I remembered nights spent wrapped in his arms, whispers of promises drifting like stars across the night sky, only to fade into the fog of reality, leaving us both gasping for clarity. "Maybe we're both lost," he murmured, stepping closer. "Maybe we're both just chasing shadows, afraid of what we might find in the light." The truth of his words hung heavy in the air, wrapping around us like a shroud. I wanted to close the gap, to bridge the chasm of hurt that lay between us, but fear gripped my heart like ice. It was a paradox, this love we shared, beautiful yet terrifying, a siren song leading us to the edge of oblivion. I remember the first time we kissed, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. It felt like the world fell away, like nothing else mattered. But now, he pressed, his voice a gentle coaxing, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. "Now it feels like a ghost," I admitted, the weight of my confession heavier than I expected. "A haunting memory I can't let go of." For a moment, silence enveloped us, the storm outside mirroring the tempest inside. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that stretched into eternity, filled with all the things we might say, all the words that remained unsaid. And then, as if the universe had conspired to bring us to this moment, I felt it, the familiar warmth spreading through my chest, creeping up my throat, a surge of hope mingled with fear. Samuel's hand reached for mine, fingers brushing against the skin, igniting a spark that traveled through me like wildfire. "I don't want to chase shadows anymore," he said, his voice low and steady, each word a promise, a plea. "I want to face the light, even if it hurts." My heart raced, caught in the crossfire of longing and hesitation. The rain continued its relentless assault on the glass, a backdrop to our hearts pounding in unison, a rhythm echoing through the stillness. The world outside faded into obscurity as I stood on the precipice of a choice, a haunting question lingering in the air. Would I dare to leap into the unknown, to embrace the possibility of love, even in the face of loss? In that moment, I held my breath, suspended between what was and what could be, knowing the answer lay in the fragile space between us, pulsing with unyielding intensity. Time slowed, shadows danced, and somewhere in the distance, the clock continued to tick, counting down the moments until everything would change again. The lights flicker as the curtain rises, revealing a stage drenched in a haunting twilight. Shadows dance, whispering secrets from the corners of the room. I stand on the precipice of a moment, heart racing like a drum in my chest, breath caught somewhere between the thrill of revelation and the chill of dread. The audience is a collective breath, a sea of faces illuminated softly by the spectral glow of the spotlight, their anticipation palpable. At the center, a figure, Clara, her eyes wide, haunted, searching. She clutches a tattered letter, the edges frayed like her sanity. Her fingers tremble, not from fear but from the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. "I remember the day it all changed," she whispers, and the room leans closer, ensnared by her voice. The air thickens with her memories, an oppressive fog that holds us captive. I remember the clock ticking, the echoes of laughter drowning out the truth. Across the stage, Jonah paces, a restless storm. Hands shoved deep into the pockets of his worn jacket, he embodies the chaos brewing inside. He's a mess of conflict, loyalty pulling him toward Clara, yet the shadows whisper sweetly of revenge. "You think you can just walk away," he growls, voice dripping with tension, the kind that cuts and lingers. His eyes flare, a tempest hidden behind the facade of a friend. "You don't know what you're asking for." The audience gasps, the tension electric. Each word spirals into silence, filling the space with an unbearable weight. The flickering lights cast jittery shadows, momentarily blinding. I lean forward, as if I could unravel the secrets hidden in their gaze. Clara drops the letter, the last remnant of hope, its descent like a feather caught in a windstorm. "Everything is about to change," she murmurs, her voice barely a whisper, a fragile thing teetering on the edge of despair. The clock in the corner ticks louder, almost mocking, counting down to something inevitable. Both characters are spirals of emotion, her grief, tethered to the past, his rage, fueled by betrayal. Their connection is a taut wire, ready to snap. As they draw closer, I can feel the tension slicing through the air, cold and sharp, like a blade poised at the throat of a dream. Clara's eyes glisten, tears or defiance, it's hard to tell. You think you know pain? She breathes the words out, and they hang heavy, filled with a vulnerability so raw it makes my skin prickle. You're just a ghost chasing shadows. Jonah's face twists, caught between anger and recognition. And you think your pain makes you special, he retorts, voice cracking like the fragile glass of their shared past. We're all haunted, Clara. You just don't see it. The silence that follows is deafening, a chasm of unspoken words that stretches between them, a barrier of hurt and misunderstanding. The light dims further, casting them into deeper darkness, mirroring the void in their hearts. Each flicker of the bulb feels like a heartbeat, pushing them to the brink. Clara is a tempest, her emotions swirling dangerously close to the surface. You don't get to decide what I feel, she screams, a wildness in her eyes that both terrifies and enthralls. Every gaze in the audience is riveted, hearts pounding, blood rushing. The air crackles with the electric energy of unresolved conflict. I remember the first time I felt this charged silence, the kind that suffocates yet invigorates. It hung over the room like a storm cloud, heavy and pregnant with possibility. A flicker of doubt crosses Jonah's face. But what if I do? He steps closer, and it's as if the very air shifts around them. What if I'm the only one who can help you see? He reaches for her, a gesture filled with desperation and longing, but Clara recoils, a wounded animal, baring her teeth in defiance. Help me? You think you can help me? Her laughter rings out, sharp and bitter, a sound that cuts through the tension like glass shattering. You're just a boy lost in the shadows, Jonah. I need something more than pretty words. And there it is, the raw truth that threads through their lives, binding them together yet tearing them apart. They are two sides of a coin, each wanting to escape the weight of their histories, yet unable to let go of the chains that bind them. The clock ticks, relentless, counting down to an explosion of emotion. It's the moment when the shadows converge, and every heart in the room beats in unison, the air thick with unresolved tension. Clara's pain radiates, a beacon in the dark, catching Jonah's fear and twisting it into something dangerously beautiful. In this moment, everything is laid bare. The layers peel away, revealing the raw flesh beneath: fear, sorrow, hope, and longing. The audience holds its collective breath, enraptured, suspended in a moment that feels like eternity. Run, Clara finally breathes, a plea and a command, her voice trembling, and I feel the weight of the word settle deep in my chest. Run, Jonah, before it's too late. Yet he stands there, rooted, as if the world around him is collapsing. And leave you behind. His voice cracks, a whisper laced with the hopelessness of 1,000 unspoken fears. I can't. I won't. The tension swells, a tidal wave of emotion. The shadows loom larger, threatening to engulf them both. The audience aches with anticipation, every heartbeat synchronizing with the haunting rhythm of their lives. I too feel the pull of their world, caught between light and dark, hope and despair, love and betrayal. As the silence stretches, I sense the inevitable collision, a breaking point on the horizon. Clara steps back, the weight of her decision crashing down like thunder. Then we drown together, she whispers, and in that moment, I realize, we all carry our ghosts. Time feels suspended, as if the universe holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The stage blurs in my mind, a swirling vortex of emotions, and I know it's not just Clara and Jonah who stand at the edge of their choices, it's every person in that room, caught in their own labyrinth of despair and hope. And with that, the moment unravels, slipping into the shadows, leaving me breathless, heart pounding, desperate for what comes next. The lights flicker and fade, the ghosts of their emotions lingering just out of reach, a haunting reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. The air was electric, charged with the crackle of a thunderstorm just waiting to unleash hell. Raindrops fell like shattered glass, each drop a reminder of what was lost, each splash a haunting echo of a past that felt impossibly close yet miles away. I stood at the edge of the abyss, my heart racing in my chest, a frenzied drumbeat that drowned out the whispers of fate. Around me, shadows danced, flickering in the pale light of a dying day, ghostly figures of memories that wouldn't let me go. They played on repeat, like a broken record, dragging me back to her, Alysia, my muse, my love, my everything. I remember her laughter, the way it filled the air with warmth, wrapping around me like a cozy blanket against the chill of the world. But that warmth was gone now, snuffed out like a candle flame, leaving behind a cold darkness that gnawed at my soul. I had failed her. I had let death steal her away, and I was left with nothing but the bitter taste of regret on my tongue. The ground beneath me felt unstable, as if it might swallow me whole, consuming me in a whirlpool of despair. And then there was Marcus, my brother, who stood beside me, his face a mask of anguish and determination. I could see the shadows creeping in his eyes, the flickering hope being devoured by the void of grief. He had once been a beacon of light, but now, he was a husk, a shell of the man who had laughed beside me in brighter times. "We have to go after her," he said, his voice trembling, barely above a whisper. It was both a question and a command, heavy with the weight of desperation. "After who?" I asked, but I already knew the answer. The air grew thick with the realization that surged through my veins with every heartbeat. Alysia was gone, taken by the river that had once been a gentle stream, now a raging torrent. The river Styx, the boundary between life and death. I could almost hear her voice, echoing back from the depths, a siren's call that tugged at my very core. "We can't," I said, the words choking me, but even as I said them, I felt the reckless urge to leap into the unknown. Marcus turned to me, his eyes ablaze with a fervor that ignited my own desire, a desire that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "Orpheus did it. He brought Eurydice back. We can't just let her go." The name hung in the air like a spell, reverberating through our shared sorrow. Orpheus. The legendary musician whose love had transcended death itself. As if on cue, the clouds above us roiled, and a sharp crack of thunder split the sky, echoing the turmoil in my heart. Memory surged forth, vivid and relentless, like a tide rising to consume us. Alysia's smile, the way her hair danced in the wind, the warmth of her hand in mine, all of it shattered me in a glorious explosion of beauty and pain. I remember, I gasped, the memories flooding back like a river overflowing its banks. I remember the way she played her lute, how the notes seemed to weave magic in the very air. I remember her songs, filled with life and light. Marcus nodded, the fire in his eyes flickering. "We carry her spirit with us. It's our duty to fight for it." Fight. The word hung heavy between us, thick as the storm clouds above, laden with the pressure of unsaid fears. I felt the weight of that duty, like a stone tied to my heart, dragging me down into the abyss. Alysia was a ghost now, a whisper of what had been. But if Orpheus could descend into the underworld, surely we could follow. The rain poured harder, each drop a reminder that time was slipping away. The clock's ticking echoed in my mind, a relentless reminder of the fleeting seconds we had left. I glanced at Marcus, and we shared a look, a silent agreement forged in the fire of grief and love, the kind of bond that could only be tempered in the crucible of loss. "I won't lose her," I vowed, trembling with a fierce urgency. "I won't let death have the last word." And so we stood, brothers against the storm, the thunder rumbling in our chests, the shadows swirling like specters around us. Every heartbeat was a battle cry, each breath an invocation of the impossible. We would descend into the darkness, defy the gods themselves if we had to. The world blurred around us, colors bleeding into one another as we raced toward the riverbank. The water churned, chaotic and violent, a dark mirror reflecting our fears. I could almost feel Alysia's presence, as if she were waiting just beyond the veil, longing for the warmth of our love to guide her home. I remember the moment I stepped into the water, the cold wrapping around me like a shroud, numbing yet electrifying. My heart thundered in sync with the storm, a fierce rhythm that drove me onward, deeper into the depths where shadows whispered secrets and the air was thick with the scent of despair. Each stroke felt like a prayer, every gasp of air a desperate plea for salvation. Marcus followed close behind, his presence a steady anchor in the maelstrom of my thoughts, a reminder that I was not alone in this fight. Together we plunged into the darkness, the waters swirling around us, an embrace both terrifying and exhilarating. And as we sank deeper into the unknown, the world above faded into a distant memory, replaced by the haunting echoes of the past. The shadows spoke in hushed tones, weaving tales of love and loss, dreams and nightmares, reminders that we were all just echoes of something greater, threads in the tapestry of existence. We had lost so much, yet we were also on the brink of something incredible. The tension surged, an electric current sparking between us, igniting the very air. We were not merely seeking Alizia, we were stepping into the realm of myths, where love could defy the cosmos, where death was merely a door to be unlocked. And with each pulse of water against my skin, I felt the weight of history, the echoes of countless souls who had dared to love beyond the grave. Orpheus had paved the way, a tragic hero singing his heart out in the face of despair. Now, it was our turn. As the darkness enveloped us, we embraced the pain, the heartbreak, and the undying hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could bring back that which was lost. In the heart of the shadowed woods, where the trees whispered secrets older than humanity, a chilling silence wrapped around Orpheus like a funeral shroud. His fingers hovered above the strings of his lyre, trembling with the weight of 1,000 uncried tears. The night air was thick, a palpable tension as if the very universe held its breath, waiting. There was no wind, no rustle of leaves, only the mounting dread in his chest, echoing the silence of loss. Eurydice, had slipped from his grasp, and time itself became an agonizing loop, a cruel mockery. I remember her laughter, like sunlight piercing through dark clouds, illuminating everything she touched. I remember the way her hair danced in the breeze, how her eyes sparkled with mischief. My heart, now a hollow drum, beats only in memory, a reminder of what once was. I remember. But now, all that remains is this gaping chasm of despair, where joy used to reside, replaced by the icy fingers of grief digging deeper with every heartbeat. Eurydice! The name hung in the air like a bitter echo. She is still here, he thought. Somewhere in that abyss, I can feel her presence, a ghostly whisper. He could almost hear her voice, a haunting melody that pulled at him from the depths of the underworld. The world around him faded, and all that mattered was the desperate need to reclaim her, to pull her back from the brink of the eternal night. But the shadows loomed larger, darker. They stretched and twisted, taunting him. Fear gripped him, a vice around his heart. What if he lost her again? The thought sliced through him like a knife, sharp and merciless. He could almost see her there, trapped, surrounded by shadows that danced with a sinister joy, waiting for him to falter. To look back. Orpheus stumbled forward, his resolve teetering on the edge of despair. The chords of his lyre, once vibrant and alive with the essence of their love, now sounded dissonant, a jarring reminder of his isolation. Each note rang in the silence, a cry for help that bounced off the cold, unyielding stones of the underworld. This was no ordinary descent, it was a grappling with the very fabric of reality, a fight against inevitability. And there she was, a silhouette against the shimmering gloom, a figure both familiar and haunting. Eurydice, her eyes dimmed yet filled with a sorrowful longing, reached toward him. The moment stretched, a taut wire pulled to its limit, and he could feel the electric charge of their connection, a bond woven through time and pain. I can't lose you again, Orpheus breathed, clutching his lyre as if it were a lifeline. The shadows shifted, swirling around Eurydice, each tendril a whisper of her past, her fears, the darkness that claimed her. The tension crackled between them, unbearable and exquisite. Yet, a small, taunting fragment of doubt wormed its way into his mind. Could she truly return? Was this descent a grand folly, a tragic comedy of errors, or the necessary madness to reclaim what was lost? Eurydice's voice, soft yet clear, cut through the encroaching darkness. You must trust me, Orpheus. Do not turn back. Her words dripped with the weight of ancient wisdom, a warning wrapped in love. But the fear clawed at him, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of existence, of choices made and unmade. Don't you understand? He cried, the desperation spilling from his lips. Every step I take pulls me further from you. He felt the ground shift beneath him, the reality of their situation twisting like a serpent. What if I lose you again? What if I'm not strong enough? The shadows laughed, a cacophony of disjointed voices that echoed the fears of millions, a chorus of the lost. They wrapped around his heart like a cold vice, each pulse a reminder of his inadequacy. What was he if not a broken man, a lonely shadow chasing the specter of love lost? "I remember," he murmured, his breath a ghost, "the warmth of your hand in mine. I remember the way you looked at me, like I could part the seas, move mountains." Eurydice stepped closer, her form wavering in the gloom, a flicker of light in the darkness. "Then don't look back." Her voice was steady, but there was an edge, a raw intensity that sent shivers down his spine. "Do not break the spell we've cast with doubt." But the shadows whispered promises of despair, a siren call that gnawed at his resolve. "I don't want to lose you," he confessed, the words raw, a blooded offering to the unfeeling night. In that moment, the world around them shifted, the shadows recoiling, as if sensing the depth of his love. The air thickened, and suddenly, time felt like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable end. "Then seize it," Eurydice said fiercely, her voice cutting through the oppressive silence. "Seize this moment. Don't fear the darkness, let it wrap around you. Let it remind you of what love can endure." I remember her breath, steady and calming, grounding me in the storm. With a single step, he grasped her hand, feeling the warmth seep through the cold void. I remember the promise of her return, the fragile yet unbreakable thread that tied them together, one last chance to defy the darkness. And as he turned, the shadows surged, the air crackling with energy, a storm ready to break. Would he falter? Would he look back? The answer hung in the air, a question that begged for resolution, but all he could do was cling to the fleeting warmth of her hand, pushing forward into the abyss. The darkness roared, a living thing, hungry and alive. The echoes of their love intertwined with the clamor, a heartbeat against the chaos. The weight of the world pressed down, yet within that pressure, he felt the pulse of something greater, the unyielding bond of hope, coursing through every fiber of his being. "Trust me," Eurydice whispered, and in her eyes, he saw the glimmer of stars, the promise of dawn. And so they moved, entwined in a dance of desperation and longing, toward an uncertain future, where love hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of light and shadow, an eternal battle between what is lost and what can be found. The clock ticks, each second a hammer striking iron, resonating through the darkened room. The air is thick, heavy, as if it carries the weight of unspoken words, of fear, of regret. A single candle flickers, casting shadows that dance like ghosts on the walls. I sit across from her, and my heart pounds like the thunderous rhythm of a war drum, each beat reminding me that time is slipping away. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she whispers, her voice trembling, a fragile note hanging in the void between us. Her eyes, haunting mirrors, reflect a truth that I dare not acknowledge. I remember the way life felt so vibrant, so alive, before death wove its dark threads into the fabric of our existence. Before the phone call that shattered my world, echoing in the silence of an empty room. I remember her laughter, bright and unyielding, a melody that chased the shadows away. And now, as I sit here, I can feel her presence, a haunting reminder that she is still with me, yet irrevocably gone. "I don't know," I finally whisper, my voice cracking under the weight of grief. I can't look her in the eye, can't bear the reflection of my own despair. But I hope they're not alone. The words hang between us, a fragile bridge over an abyss of sorrow. Across the table, Marcus shifts uncomfortably. He's always been the pragmatic one, wearing logic like armor against the chaos of existence. "Ghosts are just remnants, echoes of what once was," he interjects, his tone flat, but I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "They can't truly be here." "Not really." "But what if they are?" The thought coils around my mind, squeezing tight, and suddenly I'm plunged into a memory, a moment frozen in time. I see my mother, frail and pale, lying in that sterile hospital bed, the beeping machines drowning out her gentle breaths. I remember holding her hand, feeling the warmth seep away, a light extinguishing before my eyes. "Will you come back?" I had asked, my voice a child's desperate plea. "Of course, my love," she replied with a fading smile, a promise woven into the fabric of my heart. But promises are cruel jesters, twisting and turning as life relentlessly marches forward. I stare at Marcus, his confidence crumbling, and for a moment, We are not just friends but mirrors reflecting each other's fears. The tension thickens, a living entity between us, pulsing with every heartbeat. I begin, and my voice trembles. I remember the first time I saw a body. Cold, lifeless, shrouded in darkness. I thought death was a monster, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim us all. A shudder runs through me. But now I feel like it's my shadow. It follows me, taunts me. Marcus's eyes widen, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his stoic facade. "You're not alone," he says, but it sounds hollow, like a whisper lost in a storm. "I know," I reply, "but the truth is I feel more alone than ever." The weight of my mother's absence presses down on me, a constant reminder that every laugh carries the specter of loss. The candle flickers again, and I can almost hear the whisper of the flame, inviting me to join the dance of shadows. What if there's something after? I ask, the words slipping out before I can catch them. What if we're just waiting, suspended in time, until we understand? The room grows colder, breathless. Marcus runs a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture that reveals the cracks in his armor. What if death is just the end? Nothingness? His voice falters, and there it is, the raw fear that lies beneath his rational exterior. I lean forward, the gravity of this moment pulling us closer. But what if it's not? What if we become something else, something greater, something beautiful? The words tumble from my lips, a fragile hope twinkling amidst the despair. The shadows seem to lean in, as if listening, waiting for an answer. "You're telling me to embrace the uncertainty of death, to find solace in the unknown." Marcus scoffs, but there's a tremor in his laughter, a flicker of belief fighting to emerge. "Maybe," I breathe, "maybe the fear of death blinds us to the beauty of life." I search his eyes for understanding, and for a heartbeat, time stretches. The weight of our shared grief hangs in the air, a palpable force that binds us together. Suddenly, the candle sputters, the flame threatening to extinguish, and in that moment, I feel a shift, a profound understanding that life and death are two sides of the same coin. I remember my mother's embrace, the warmth of her love, and I realize that she is not gone. She is every heartbeat, every laugh, every tear. Pressing my palms against the table, I feel every pulse of life coursing through me. "We are all threads in the grand tapestry of existence," I whisper, the words flowing from my heart more than my mind. "We connect, we intertwine, and when we leave this world, we become part of something greater, a cycle that continues, a dance of souls." Marcus's eyes glisten, the walls of his logic beginning to crumble. "So you think we'll see them again?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. "I want to believe," I reply, and for the first time, I feel a flicker of warmth in the chilling silence. The candle flickers wildly, shadows dancing chaotically, and I wonder if they are our loved ones, reaching out, guiding us through the darkness. A heartbeat passes, then another, as we sit there, suspended in a moment that stretches into eternity, our fears and hopes colliding in a stunning tapestry of emotion. The clock ticks on, a relentless reminder that time waits for no one, that life persists even amidst the shadows. And as the shadows lengthen, I realize that the true confrontation isn't with death itself, but with the love that binds us to those who have left this world. The intensity of night falls like a shroud, and I know this moment, this fragile connection, is just the beginning. The candle flickers once more, and I can't help but wonder what other truths lie hidden in the darkness, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to pulse with life once more. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing unseen. I stand in the shadows of a crumbling amphitheater, ancient stones whispering the secrets of 1,000 forgotten tales. The night is heavy, weighed down by the weight of unfulfilled dreams. There, at the edge of the stage, I see her, Lyra, trembling, her face a canvas of fear and resolve, clutching a locket that once held a heartbeat close, now a hollow echo. Her breaths come quick, shallow, as if each one might shatter the fragile air around us. I can feel my heart thrumming in sync with hers, a desperate rhythm that binds us to this moment. "Orpheus," she breathes, the name slipping from her lips like a prayer and a curse, a plea to the shadows that loom large, threatening to engulf everything we hold dear. The mythological figure of the musician calls to her, a ghost weaving through the fabric of her thoughts, dragging her toward a destiny as bitter as it is beautiful. Across the stage, the flickering light catches the eyes of Marcus, torn between the past and the future. I can see it, the struggle etched deeply into the lines of his brow, a man caught in the relentless tide of time. He holds his breath, his hands balled into fists at his sides, each clench a battle against the memories that rise like specters, haunting his every step. "Should I play?" he whispers, his voice barely a tremor in the air, yet it carries the weight of the cosmos. I remember the first time he touched a string, how the notes danced in the cool night air, a promise, a flirtation with fate. But now, the strings seem to tremble under the weight of his hesitation. What if the music opens the door? What if it doesn't? Lyra's eyes flash, a wildfire igniting within her. "We have to try," she insists, her voice fierce, a battle cry against the silence that threatens to swallow us whole. For them. For all of them. Each word cuts through the storm, leaving a trail of warmth amidst the cold dread. But what if the song fails? What if the echoes of Orpheus, the ancient bard whose melodies once stirred the hearts of gods and shades alike, prove to be a double-edged sword? The thought coils around my heart, squeezing tight, a reminder of every loss we've faced, friends, lovers, dreams that slipped through our fingers like grains of sand on a windswept shore. "Remember what they said," Marcus murmurs, his eyes darting to the shadows. "The moment you look back, everything is lost." His voice trembles, a ghost of doubt lingering in the air. I can still hear the warning of the old woman from the market, her eyes clouded with the wisdom of ages. "Beware the gaze behind you, for it is a siren song, a trap set by the fates." But Lyra will not be deterred. "We cannot live in fear, Marcus. We owe it to them to try." Her voice rings out, bold and defiant, cutting through the night like a silver blade. I can feel the heat of her conviction, wrapping around me, pulling my heart towards the precipice of hope. Suddenly, the world shifts. The amphitheater transforms, shadows creeping closer, wrapping the past around us like a shroud. I relive the moments we lost, every laugh, every tear, every fleeting touch. A kaleidoscope of memories unfurls, each one a reminder of what we are fighting for. As Marcus finally lifts his instrument, the strings hum beneath his fingers, vibrating with anticipation. The first note pierces the stillness, raw and unfiltered, a cry that reverberates through the earth, resonating deep within our souls. It feels like the very fabric of the universe shifts, a cosmic alignment of fate and desire. Each note pulls us deeper into the abyss, a siren's call echoing through the corridors of time. But then, as the melody swells, I sense it, the shadows deepen, coiling like serpents ready to strike. I can almost hear the whispers of those who have come before us, their sorrow a heavy blanket draped over the land. Their stories, like ours, are woven into the very fabric of this moment. I see them in the corners of my vision, ghostly silhouettes of lovers lost, artists fading, dreams extinguished. "Will you play for us?" their eyes plead, a desperate yearning woven through the air. I'm reminded of Orpheus, the one who dared to venture into the underworld, whose love for Eurydice sparked a rebellion against fate. But as our eyes lock, a haunting realization settles over me. He lost her not to the darkness, but to the very act of looking back. The music rises, a tempest of sound and emotion, flooding the amphitheater with a haunting beauty that teeters on the edge of despair. Lyra's face glows, illuminated by the flickering light. As the realization dawns, this is our moment, a fleeting chance to rewrite the ending. "Hold on to the music," she cries, her voice lifting above the chaos, a lighthouse guiding our fragile hearts through the storm. And in that moment, everything else fades. Time stretches, bending to the will of our collective breath, echoing in the chambers of our hearts, like a heartbeat shared by generations. As the final notes linger in the air, suspended like fragile glass, I grasp for a meaning that dances just beyond reach. The shadows swirl, teasing at the edges of our reality, but Lyra's unwavering gaze draws me back, anchoring me in the here and now. It's about the fight, the music, the love that refuses to succumb to the darkness. As the echoes of Orpheus weave through the night, I know the truth, that every culture carries its own legacy of love and loss. And like the stories of old, we are bound to the rhythms of our existence. Our destinies intertwined, we stand at the precipice, daring to face the storm. The music fades, but its essence remains, a haunting reminder that every note we play, every choice we make, is a thread in the tapestry of our lives. The cultural legacy lives on, in every heart that beats, in every soul that loves. And as we stand together, the darkness breathes, waiting for the next moment, the next note, the next chance to break free from the chains of time. The moment hangs thick in the air, heavy with the scent of ash and longing, as Eurydice's laughter dances in the shadows, both a haunting melody and a distant memory. She stands, ghost-like, in the flickering light of a dying fire, her silhouette alive with vivid dreams and bitter regrets. The world around her shifts, ripples of uncertainty pulsing through the earth, echoing the rhythm of her heartbeat. She is caught between two worlds, the warmth of the living and the chilling grip of the underworld, but tonight, the darkness feels more suffocating than ever. Orpheus, she whispers, her voice a thread barely weaving through the chaos. It trembles, full of unyielding desire and unending despair. He stands there, a figure carved in stone, the weight of his gaze pressing down on her like a boulder, and yet, he is oblivious to the storm brewing in her heart. "Can you hear me?" But he plays his lyre, unaware of the shadows creeping closer, their whispers promising freedom while binding her tighter. The melody is beautiful, yet it cuts through her like a knife, each note a reminder of a life once lived, a future stolen away, a love that feels like a gilded cage. She shivers, time has become a tyrant, and she is its prisoner. "Eurydice," he calls out, his voice filled with a desperation that reaches her like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Yet, in his quest to reclaim her, he remains blind to the very essence of her being, her dreams, her fears, her rage. She is not merely an echo of love lost, she is a woman caught in the relentless tides of a male-dominated narrative, and the weight of it crushes her. I remember the fields, the sun on my skin, the laughter of friends," she breathes, the words a soft prayer mingled with haunting sorrow. I remember the joy that felt like a promise. But those memories are laced with a bitterness that clings like fog. What good are these memories when they only lead him further down a path toward destruction? And then, there's Hades, lurking at the edges of her consciousness, a shadowy figure with an insatiable hunger for power and control. "You think you can save her," he taunts Orpheus from his throne of bones. "She is mine. You are merely a man with a song, and songs fade." The darkness laughs, rippling through the void, pushing Eurydice deeper into a chasm of despair. Can love conquer all, or is it simply a trap set with delicate threads of deceit? Orpheus's hands tremble, the lyre a balance between hope and desperation. "Eurydice, just take my hand," he begs, eyes wide with determination. But beneath that fervor lies an unsettling truth. He sees her as a possession, a victory to be claimed, not as a partner walking alongside him. "I will not look back," he vows, but the promise feels hollow. And there she stands, torn between the warmth of his love and the cold grip of fate. "You have to understand," she pleads, her voice cracking. "I am not just your muse. I am not just a name on your lips." Each word cuts through the space between them, filled with a raw intensity that resonates through the very fabric of her being. She is not an object to be saved, she is a soul that has dreams of her own, dreams that flicker like a candle in a storm. "Do you not hear me, Orpheus?" Her heart races, the walls of the underworld closing in around her. "I am more than your shadow. More than your song." The ache in her chest expands, and she feels the haunting fingers of despair wrapping around her throat, squeezing tighter. The truth is an audacious beast, roaring in her mind, demanding to be released. What does it mean to be loved when love is steeped in ownership? As the shadows lengthen, she glances toward the abyss, where the walls breathe like the lungs of a giant. She shivers, realization crashing over her like waves against a rocky shore. Her escape is not just from the depths of Hades but from the prison of expectation that binds her to Orpheus. "Save yourself," she cries, the words tearing from her throat with an urgency so fierce that it threatens to shatter the fragile air around them. "Let me go." Her voice is a wild thing, the ferocity of a storm, but Orpheus looks at her with confusion, his love twisted in the tangles of desperation. "No," he breathes, and the word hangs in the air like a death knell. "I won't lose you again." But in his refusal lies the seed of their destruction. She can't be a sacrifice, a fleeting moment in his tragic tale. She wants to scream, to enlighten the darkness that has swallowed her entire narrative, to break the chains that bind her to a fate determined by men. The fear of losing him pales in comparison to the suffocating reality of being lost in his story. I remember the sound of my own laughter, she murmurs, the words slipping through her lips like a prayer for liberation. I remember the lightness of being free. And with that, she feels the flickering flame of her own spirit ignite, a rebellion against the darkness that has held her captive. In the midst of their turmoil, something shifts in the air, a fragile connection that shatters and reforms. She takes a step toward the precipice, into the unknown, and for a moment, the world holds its breath. Orpheus reaches out, his fingers brushing against hers, but there's a weight to his touch that feels more like chains than freedom. Eurydice, his voice falters, the fear of losing her slicing through the silence like a thunderclap. But she can no longer dance to the tune of his desire, she must find her own rhythm, her own song. The shadows pulse, the abyss beckons, and she stands on the threshold of her fate, ready to ignite an ancient truth: the narrative can no longer be written solely by men who wield their power like weapons. She is Eurydice, not just a figure in a story. She is a force, fierce and unyielding, a woman ready to carve her destiny from the remnants of despair. And as she takes that fateful step closer to the darkness, the night swallows her whole, the echoes of her laughter mingling with the whispers of the forgotten. The confrontation is inevitable, a clash of dreams and desires, a battle for a voice that has long been muted in the cacophony of male ambition. She will not simply be a footnote, she will be the revolution. And somewhere, in the depths of that darkness, the cosmos shifts, trembles, waiting for the fallout of a collision that will change everything. The moment hangs, suspended in time, a heartbeat away from the inevitable. There is no resolution, no end, only the continuous pulse of emotion, the raw, unfiltered tempest of existence, surging forward, relentless, unyielding. The clock in the dimly lit theater ticks loudly, each second a hammer striking the anvil of fate. Somewhere in the distance, a single, haunting note hangs in the air, echoing like a ghost that refuses to be exorcised. It is the sound of desperation, a cry that reverberates off the velvet curtains, wrapping around the audience, squeezing their hearts tight. I can feel the tension thick as fog, an electric current pulsing through the crowd. They sit, breath bated, shadows flickering across their faces like the memories of lost loves. I remember the moment when everything fell apart. I was backstage, the weight of the score pressing against my chest like a lead shroud. Elara was there, her eyes wild with fear, hands trembling as she clutched the sheet music. "This is wrong," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, ready to snap. But I had to keep going, the music was alive, it was raging to be set free. "No, Elara! We can't stop now. This is our chance." My words rang hollow, swallowed by the dark void of doubt that loomed around us. Elara's fingers brushed the strings of her violin, a delicate dance of hesitation and fury. What if it's not enough? What if the audience won't understand? The question spiraled, circling us like vultures. I knew her fear all too well, it mirrored my own, a reflection of uncertainty that gnawed at our resolve. Her past, haunted, filled with moments where the music had betrayed her, echoed loudly, every note a reminder of the darkness she had tried to escape. The theater, a crumbling relic of bygone glory, felt alive. Each creak of the floorboards, each flutter of the curtains seemed to whisper secrets of its own. I remember the stories etched into the very walls, tales of love and loss, of Orpheus and Eurydice, of music that could charm the very stones of the underworld. "We are not them," I pleaded, as if the very act of performing could shield us from the weight of their tragedy. But the shadows in Elara's eyes betrayed her. Across the stage stood Victor, our conductor, a tempest of passion and fury. His baton sliced through the air, a sword in the battle against silence. "Feel it," he cried, sweat glistening on his brow, a man possessed, his soul laid bare. I saw him, a maestro driven by demons, clawing at the edges of his sanity, searching for the perfect harmony that eluded him. It's not just music. It's life. It's death. And with every word, he drew us deeper into his chaotic embrace. Yet, the truth was a knife. I could see it in Ilara's eyes, the betrayal of every memory that haunted her. She had lost someone once, a lover, a partner, to the fierce currents of ambition, and now the weight of that ghost clung to her like a shroud. "I can't do this," she breathed, her voice trembling on the edge of despair. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of that abyss, but the chasm between us yawned wider, filled with the echoes of our choices. I remember the music swelling, rising like a tide, crashing against my resolve. Each note was a wave, pulling me deeper into the whirlpool of emotions. Orpheus played to save Eurydice, I cried, the words spilling from my lips like a fevered prayer. "We can do the same. We can transform this." But even as I spoke, doubt loomed, a spectre that threatened to engulf us all. The lights dimmed, drowning us in shadows. The audience held their breath, teetering on the edge of something unnameable. I could feel their heartbeat, the collective pulse of hope and fear. Would they understand? Would they grasp the weight of our sorrow, the desire to reach into the depths and pull out treasures forged in pain? The pressure mounted, choking, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Ilara's bow drew across the strings, a cry that pierced the stillness, and in that moment, everything changed. A rush of sound cascaded around us, filling the void with life, with heartache, with longing. I watched her transform, every note a piece of her soul laid bare. The music wove itself into the air like a tapestry, rich and terrible, and I could see the audience leaning forward, eyes wide, caught in the web we spun. Victor, eyes blazing, stood at the helm, guiding us through this storm of emotions. "Higher," he shouted, and it felt as if the very cosmos shifted beneath our feet. The note soared, an invocation to the heavens, a plea wrapped in melody. I felt my heart race, each thump echoing the rhythm of the music, each beat a reminder of life and death, love and loss. But beneath the surface, the shadows whispered. I could see them swirl around Ilara, licking at her heels as she poured her soul into the performance. Would the music save her, or would it claim her as its own? The air thickened, pregnant with tension, and I felt a surge of protectiveness swell within me. "Fight it, Ilara!" I cried, the words desperate, raw. "Don't let it take you back." But the past was a relentless tide, and in that moment, I realized something profound. We were all Orpheus, all of us wrestling with our own Eurydices, haunting us, beckoning us back to the shadows. The confrontation was inevitable, the reckoning a cruel twist of fate. Each note we played was a step deeper into the labyrinth, a journey through darkness where the light flickered just beyond our grasp. The performance reached its fever pitch, a cacophony of sound that felt like both a celebration and a funeral. I could see the audience, enraptured yet fearful, as if they sensed the delicate balance we walked between triumph and despair. The shadows danced, flickering around Ilara, wrapping her in a shroud of uncertainty. I felt my own heart racing, the music drawing us closer, binding us together in this moment of raw vulnerability. And just as the final note hung in the air, a fragile, shimmering breath, the world held still. Time stretched, the silence deafening, the weight of our choices palpable. Would we yield to the darkness, or find a way to transform our pain into something beautiful? A question that lingered like a ghost, haunting our hearts as we stood on the precipice of the unknown, waiting for the answer to unfold, waiting for the music to take us somewhere we had yet to imagine. The city was wrapped in darkness, a slumbering giant beneath a quilt of stars, but there was a pulse, a thumping heartbeat echoing through the empty streets. I remember feeling the weight of silence pressing against my chest, choking and heavy, like the fog rolling in from the river. The night felt alive, electric with unspoken truths and haunting regrets. I stepped into the gloom, where shadows danced with secrets, and the air hung thick with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt and distant memories. Eurydice stood there, her silhouette framed against the flickering light of a street lamp, an ethereal figure caught between worlds. Her eyes shone with a fierce sorrow, and I could see the flicker of hope quivering in her heart like a flame fighting against the wind. But the wind was relentless, and I knew it would extinguish her light. "Orpheus," she whispered, her voice a melodic echo, yet it cracked with desperation. "You can't bring me back this time." But he was there, all-consuming, a storm of emotion and longing, standing just behind her, a broken savior, desperately clinging to the fraying threads of an impossible love. Orpheus was the embodiment of every love song ever written, each note a knife that cut deeper into their shared history. Every chord struck in his heart was a reminder of the vibrant life they had once shared, a melody lost to the void. Eurydice, I will not lose you again. I can't. His words hung in the air, raw and trembling, much like the strings of his lyre, plucked in a frantic dance of hope and despair. His hands shook, and I could see the tremor was not just from fear but from the weight of countless sleepless nights spent dreaming of her smile, her laughter, the way her eyes sparkled like sunlight on a river. I remember, he began, but the memories were ghosts, swirling around them, taunting him. I remember everything. The moon hung low in the sky, an indifferent witness, illuminating the scars of their past, a love story drenched in tragedy. Orpheus moved closer, the ground beneath him shifting, as if the earth itself was shifting in anticipation of the inevitable. His breath came in ragged gasps, and I could feel the tension crackling in the air, wrapping around them like a thick fog. Please, he begged, reaching out, fingers trembling as they brushed against her arm, a fleeting touch, electric yet cold. Just one more chance, just one more song. But Eurydice turned away, shadows cloaking her in sorrow, a veil separating them from the world they once knew. What if the song isn't enough? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it pierced through the night like a shard of glass. What if your music can't heal this wound? The city around them seemed to hold its breath, the quiet pressing down like a weight, a reminder of the inevitable, of the darkness that loomed on the horizon. I could feel the tension coiling, tightening around my heart, as their love hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of an abyss. I would walk through the depths of hell for you, he declared, his voice rising, filled with passion and fear, a desperate anthem that echoed through the stillness. I would confront the very darkness itself to reclaim what was lost. But Eurydice only shook her head, tears glistening like stars in her eyes. What if the darkness swallows you whole? What if I lose you again? The fear in her voice sent shivers racing down my spine, a chilling reminder of the fragility of love, like a flower blooming in the dead of winter, beautiful yet doomed. I saw the cracks in their resolve, the shadows lurking behind their dreams, whispering of fate and loss. Don't you see? Orpheus pressed on, desperation coloring every syllable. I have to try. I won't accept that this is the end. But even as he spoke, the clock ticked on, its hands moving inexorably forward, marking the passage of time like a relentless drumbeat. Each tick echoed with the weight of choices unmade, paths not taken. Eurydice looked away, the distance between them widening as uncertainty clawed at her heart. Love doesn't always conquer all, she murmured, the words heavy with truth. Sometimes it breaks you. And in that moment, I remembered my own battles, the scars I carried, love lost, dreams deferred, the haunting spectre of the past lurking just beyond memory. We are all haunted by our own Orpheuses, aren't we? The ones we've lost, the ones we can't forget. The shadows closed in, wrapping around them. Orpheus stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low murmur. I'd rather face the darkness than live in this light without you. For a heartbeat, time stood still. The world around them blurred, fading into the background as their emotions surged, a tidal wave crashing against the shores of despair. I felt the weight of their hearts, the pain mingling with an undeniable yearning, a desire so profound it reverberated through time and space. I remember, Eurydice began, her voice quivering, a fragile thread binding them together. I remember the way you played, the way your music wrapped around me like a warm embrace. But the moment was fleeting, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. The darkness loomed, hungry and eager, ready to swallow them whole. Orpheus took a step forward, defiance flickering in his eyes, determination igniting a fire that threatened to consume him. I will find you again, he vowed, an oath steeped in desperation. No matter where you go, I will follow. I will always follow. The tension hung thick as fog, and every heartbeat echoed with a primal urgency, a haunting melody that pulled at the very fabric of their souls. The city around them faded, the stars twinkling with the weight of their love, extending infinitely into the unknown. And in that moment, the line between love and obsession blurred, the darkness beckoned, and the dance of fate began its ominous waltz. As the shadows closed in, their hands barely touched, yet the world around them shattered, leaving only the raw, aching truth that love, in all its glory and agony, was a force that could not be silenced. Outside, the world continued to spin, but within their cocoon of despair, time was a cruel trickster, twisting memories and emotions into something both beautiful and terrifying. And as they stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of what was and what could be, the echoes of their choices lingered in the air, a haunting melody that would never truly end. The clock struck midnight, a sound that echoed through the empty halls like a desperate heartbeat. Outside, the world lay shrouded in darkness, but inside, the air crackled with electricity. I stood before the window, gazing into the night, the moonlight casting silver shadows that danced across the wooden floor. The chill penetrated my skin, yet the real cold was in my heart, where an ache pulsed with every tick, reminding me of the love I'd lost. I remember the warmth of her laughter, bright as the sun cutting through the fog of early mornings. If we could bottle this moment, she used to tease, we'd be richer than kings. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and dreams, swirling with hues of emerald and mischief, and now they were nothing but memories, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. Suddenly, a crash, a sound that splintered the silence. I spun around, heart racing, fear clawed its way up my throat. I rushed into the dimly lit corridor, each step echoing with the weight of 1,000 memories. There, in the shadows, stood Jonathan, his face a mask of anguish. The breadth of his despair was palpable, a living thing coiling around us, as if the very air carried the burden of our shared grief. "I can't find her," he gasped, voice breaking, desperation sharp in his eyes. "I can't lose her again. Not now." His trembling hands gripped the wall, knuckles white, as if the very stone could ground him in this swirling chaos. Yet, how could we ground ourselves when the spectre of our past haunted every corner? I thought of Ilara, her spirit a ghost hovering between us, her laughter echoing in the silence. The weight of her absence pressed on my chest, heavy and suffocating. I remember the last time we saw her, I whispered, pulling Jonathan from the brink. It was a night just like this. The stars were out, shining bright. She had that wild look in her eyes, like she could conquer the universe. Jonathan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. We thought time was on our side. But time is a thief, isn't it? Time, an endless loop, a cruel joke. It had stolen her away, whisking her to a place beyond our grasp, where we could only reach through echoes and shadows. I felt the memories swirl around us, vivid and haunting, Ilara spinning in a field of flowers, the scent of wild jasmine wafting through the air, her laughter mingling with the songs of crickets. "I remember her touch," I said, my voice breaking, the way her fingers traced my skin like sunlight through the leaves. There was always something timeless about her. Tension hung between us, thick enough to cut. Jonathan's breath quickened as he stepped closer. What if we could find her? What if, the thought hung suspended, a daring challenge to the universe? But we both knew the truth, a simmering fear that crept into our hearts like a creeping vine. The night was an abyss, and we were tiny specks floating in the void, desperately grasping for something solid to hold onto. "Every love story is a tragedy," I murmured, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Every moment with her was a countdown, a heartbeat closer to heartbreak. Jonathan's face twisted, torn between hope and despair. "But isn't it worth it? To love her, even for a moment? To feel that? To remember?" And in that moment, we were both raw and exposed, two souls laid bare under the weight of our memories. The world felt like a fragile bubble, one wrong move and it would shatter, sending us spiraling into the void. My heart ached, knowing he was right. Each memory was a thread in a tapestry woven tight around us, binding us to her, to each other. I felt those threads tugging, pulling me back to Ilara, to the time we had stolen away from the world, laughing and dreaming under the stars. "I can't forget her," I breathed, a shiver coursing through me. "And I can't let you forget either." The shadows deepened, cloaking us in uncertainty. I could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, the stars twinkling with secrets older than time itself. What were we without her? Fragments of a story left unfinished, threads unraveled in the wind. "Maybe she's out there," Jonathan whispered, and for a fleeting moment, hope flickered like a distant star. Maybe she's waiting for us to find her. But was it hope or delusion? the line blurred under the weight of our yearning. I wanted to believe, wanted to reach out into the darkness and pull her back with every ounce of my being. But the truth clawed at me, the truth that love, in all its glorious intensity, often ends in heartbreak, leaving behind only echoes of what once was. Tell me you remember, I pleaded, grasping his shoulders, searching his eyes for something I could cling to. Tell me you remember her smile. Tell me you remember how she made us feel alive. I remember, Jonathan's voice trembled, but the light in his eyes flickered with a fierce determination. I remember the way she saw the world, like it was a beautiful mess. I remember how she laughed at the absurdity of it all. The tension shifted, a crack in the darkness as a memory ignited, bright and blinding. I remember, I echoed, the words spilling out, filling the void. I remember how she danced in the rain, her laughter mingling with the thunder. I remember the way she made the mundane magical. How every moment with her felt like a stolen piece of eternity. And just like that, the night pulsed with possibility, a heartbeat resonating between us. We were bound by our love for her, tethered to the past, yet yearning for something more. The clock struck again, a reminder of time slipping through our fingers. But together, we stood on the precipice of something greater, a search, a longing, a quest that would carry us through shadows, through memories, and perhaps, if the universe willed it, back to her. I felt the weight of the world on our shoulders, yet hope blossomed amidst the sorrow, a fragile flower breaking through concrete. In that moment, our love, their love, became timeless, echoing through the ages, and I could almost hear Ilara's laughter, a ghostly melody urging us to chase after the impossible. And as we turned our backs on the darkness, stepping into the unknown, the weight of her memory, haunting, beautiful, followed us like a shadow, whispering promises of a love that refused to fade. The air is thick with a silence that screams. The moon hangs low, a voyeur to the chaos unfolding beneath its unforgiving glow. Orpheus stands on the brink of an abyss, heart thrumming like a wild bird trapped in a cage, eyes locked on the shadow that flickers at the edge of his vision. Eurydice's ghostly figure dances just beyond his reach, a whisper of the love they once shared, now tainted by tragedy and laced with an unbearable ache. The world around him fades, a mere backdrop to the tempest within, a storm of longing, despair, and unyielding hope. I remember the night we first met, the air charged with electricity, as if the universe had conspired to bring our souls together. Her laughter lingered in the air like music, sweet and intoxicating. Eurydice, with her wild hair cascading down her back, spun circles in the moonlight, oblivious to the shadows that lurked just beyond the glow. I was captivated. But now, standing at the edge of the underworld, memories twist like knives in my gut. The darkness before him is not just the absence of light, it is a presence, a living thing that thrums with ancient power. It pulls at him, wrapping around his ankles like a serpent. He knows what lies within, the heart of the abyss, where the lost souls wander, yearning for something they can never regain. He can almost hear their cries, a symphony of despair that echoes through the stone walls. Time is cruel here, as if it has forgotten how to move, just like his own beating heart. Orpheus, a voice beckons, soft yet haunting, like the caress of a cool breeze on a sweltering summer day. Eurydice steps forward, her form shimmering like a mirage, delicate and ethereal. You mustn't look back. Those words hang in the air, a lifeline thrown into the depths of his torment. They are both caught in this moment, suspended between life and death, love and loss, a fragile thread that binds their souls together, yet threatens to unravel with every beat of his heart. I can't, please, he gasps, the weight of her absence suffocating him. The universe seems to hold its breath, the shadows whispering secrets that only he can hear. I need you, Eurydice. A confession, raw and unfiltered, spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. Each word is a shard of glass, cutting into the delicate fabric of their shared existence. But she is a ghost, a flicker, a memory. You must trust me, she implores, and with each syllable, the distance between them stretches like a taut string on the verge of snapping. Her eyes, once filled with warmth, now hold a sorrow that is palpable, a well of grief that threatens to drown him. He remembers the promise of forever they made, a vow whispered under starlit skies, filled with dreams that now feel like distant echoes. The scene shifts, jagged and unpredictable, memories crashing into the present like waves against a rocky shore. He sees them dancing in a sun-drenched meadow, laughter spilling from their lips like the sweetest wine. He remembers the way she looked at him, a fierce light in her eyes that made him feel invincible. But that was before the bite of fate, before the venom of despair coursed through his veins, severing him from her light. Orpheus, the voice is haunting now, pulling him back to the present, to the edge of despair. You can't let go. But how can he hold on when the shadows twist and writhe, mocking him with their dark embrace? They are both trapped in this dance of life and death, and he is paralyzed by the fear of losing her all over again. He can feel the pull of his emotions, a tide threatening to overwhelm him. In this moment, it's not just about love, it's about loss, about the desperate need to cling to something that feels impossibly out of reach. I remember, he whispers, a mantra of grief. I remember the way you smiled, the way your voice felt like home. The tears flow unbidden, carving paths down his cheeks, each drop a testament to the love that refuses to die, even as the world crumbles around him. The ground beneath him shifts, a violent tremor, and he feels the weight of eternity pressing down. He is not just fighting for Eurydice, he is battling the very essence of existence, time, memory, longing. Shadows swirl around him as if they are alive, darting in and out of focus, each one a reminder of what he stands to lose. He can almost taste the bitterness of regret, the hollow ache of a love that was never meant to be snatched away. A heartbeat away. That's what it feels like, the space between them, filled with unspoken words and unshed tears. Turn back, Orpheus, she pleads, her voice a melodic echo of the past. You have to believe. Believe? In what? The impossible? In love's ability to transcend the void? He trembles, caught between despair and hope, as he inches closer to the edge. The darkness beckons, a seductive whisper curling around his heart, promising solace in the embrace of oblivion. But Eurydice is a flame, flickering in the dark, and he knows he cannot abandon her. I won't leave you, he declares, a vow ignited by desperation. The shadows around him writhe in response, angry and possessive, as if they can feel the resolve building within him. With one last look back, he steels himself, his heart thundering in his chest like the drums of war. In that moment, he knows that the struggle is not just for Eurydice's soul but for his own, for the very essence of love that binds them together. A battle rages within, and he is both the warrior and the casualty in this war of emotions. He inhales deeply, savoring the bittersweet taste of memory, the laughter that once filled their days, the dreams that now hang like ghosts in the air. Trust me, he whispers, as the shadows close in, a suffocating embrace, a promise of destruction. But in the depths of that darkness, there is a light. Eurydice's spirit flickers brighter, cutting through the suffocating gloom. Each heartbeat is a reminder that love is worth fighting for, worth facing the shadows and the despair that threaten to consume him. And as he takes a step forward, into the unknown of the underworld, he knows this is just the beginning, an eternal bond forged in love and heartbreak, a story that echoes through time, whispering of the sacrifices made in the name of passion, reminding us that love is never truly lost, even in the deepest darkness.